Chapter 554. Li Qingshan's entire body blazed with flames. Even the ground around him had melted into flowing, fiery red magma. With his head lowered, he knelt in the pool of magma like a demon god of fire, stuck in the mud and at the end of his road. Slowly, he raised a leg with difficulty, changing to a half-kneeling position. Suddenly, he raised his head, clenched his fists, and spread his arms, letting out a wild roar at the sky. Flames surged up violently with his scarlet hair, dyeing the sky red. The ox demon holds the heavens. This was a will that would never yield. Within the flames, flesh and blood constantly regrew, and his strength skyrocketed. He actually managed to endure it. Gu Yenying was astounded. That was 4 golden cores. More accurately, it was 5, including Wen Zhengming's golden core. The strength of the ox demon was endless. However, it was not enough. It was still not enough. It was not enough to defeat the Corpse King. It was still not enough to break through to the 5th layer of the ox demon. Li Qingshan suddenly turned his head. The flames surged, turning into the shape of eyes in his eye sockets. He gazed at the golden core cultivator who had been injured in the battle and had half his body destroyed. With a tiger's roar, he lunged over. In that moment, everyone saw the flames around him turn into a scarlet tiger with a pair of wings on its back. It surged with malice and killing intent. "Stop, wretched demon!" The Marquis of Rui called out, but he was unable to stop him in time, nor did he have the power to stop him. "Wretched demon, I'll take you down with me!" The cultivator roared madly. His golden core revolved and shone with resplendent light, about to erupt with terrifying power. The tiger's claw condensed from flames stopped him. The figure of the spirit turtle appeared again, and the trembling golden core settled down reluctantly. The spirit turtle suppressed the seas, suppressing all agitation. The fiery tiger extended its tongue and swept the golden core into its mouth, nodding in satisfaction. It turned its head and glanced past the cultivators. The hearts of all the cultivators sank to rock bottom. There was trouble both internally and externally. The Corpse King and the demon. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. Never did they think this battle would actually develop to such a horrifying degree. "Die, wretched demon!" The seal of mountains and rivers smashed down. Although it was covered in cracks, its momentum was still great. The raging flame tiger devil had already disappeared from its original spot. Dragging the lingering flames behind it, it suddenly pounced forward and grabbed the other injured golden core cultivator with its claws before swallowing him whole. The cultivator was also prepared to explode his golden core, but if Li Qingshan did not launch an attack, he naturally would not seek his own death. Even ants were greedy for life, let alone a dignified golden core cultivator. However, by the time Li Qingshan launched his attack, it was all too late. The spirit turtle was enough to suppress the golden core before it exploded. There was no one present who could stop Li Qingshan. There were only 2 people, the Dark Queen and Gu Yenying, but neither of them had any intentions of stopping him. The other cultivators were all exhausted from the battle. Even if they wanted to help, they would have to see if they had the ability to do so. The Marquis of Rui constantly controlled the seal of mountains and rivers. He climbed even higher into the sky, cursing incessantly. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan slew another 3 golden core cultivators and swallowed another 3 golden cores. To the cultivator's relief, Li Qingshan's hunt ended there. He began another round of refinement. All of this happened in a flash. From when he roared out to the 3 consecutive attacks, it all happened in just a few breaths. If mortals were present, they would have no idea what was happening, let alone respond. In total, Li Qingshan had swallowed a total of 8 golden cores. What's he trying to do? He actually needs so many golden cores. Is he trying to break through to Demon Commander? That's impossible. Once he triggers the heavenly tribulation, even if he barely manages to survive it, he'll definitely be on the brink of death. It won't be of any help to this battle. No, We can't let him continue like this. The Corpse King also sensed that something was amiss, so he immediately gathered all the corpse commanders. There was no response. The Buddha-slaying sword embryo lay before him. It seemed just as ordinary as before, without the glow of a god artifact at all. Little N had basically poured half of the corpses he had refined this time into the Buddha-slaying sword embryo. The pieces of the corpse commanders fell down, turning into samadhi flames of white bone and merging with the Buddha-slaying sword embryo. Only then did the sword shine with white, half-transparent light. A skull flew below Little N's feet. She stepped on it gently and swung her sword. Let's go. That sword is far too terrifying. What? It's that formation again. The corpse commanders scattered, but they were forced back by the huge, house-sized skulls. The skulls cackled strangely, wrapped in white fire as they constantly revolved. When Little N released them from the Blood Sea banner, she also released the 26 skull prayer beads that she had refined, assembling the skeleton demon formation. Normally, the corpse commanders would have been able to breach the skeleton demon formation in just a few seconds. In that instant, there was a flash of light. Little N did not stop at all. She stepped on a skull and used the force to leap back, shuttling back. In the end, her figure had already become indiscernible. All they saw was a streak of white light turning and reflecting within the skeleton demon formation. The skeleton demon formation constantly shrank before dispersing loudly in the end. Not a single corpse commander remained. All that remained were pieces of burning corpses, which also merged with one another and poured into the Buddha-slaying sword embryo. The hilt of the sword vaguely formed a skeleton sitting in the lotus position. The Buddha-slaying sword embryo had finally achieved initial success. It was not just the cultivators. Even the Corpse King was stunned, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Perhaps the legends were true. I have to kill it, regardless of the cost. The Corpse King's eyes shone with brutal green light. His 10 fingernails burst out like bamboo shoots, swinging forward and actually all targeting Little N. 10 streaks of black light shot out furiously. The void-bellied Ghost King was pierced by a streak of black light, unable to hold on any longer. It dispersed and revealed the Dark Queen's figure. Her black hair drifted about as she suddenly looked back. Be careful. Gu Yenying immediately swung her jade folding fan and rushed to provide assistance. She was already extremely certain of her guess. When the Golden Core cultivators died to the Moon Devil earlier, the Dark Queen did not even bat an eyelid, yet she paled in fright over this otherworldling now. She probably did not even care so much about her own life. However, the Corpse King seemed to have anticipated this. He swung his huge hand. The fierce wind swept over like a tornado, forcing Gu Yenying to slow down. It was already too late for her to provide assistance. The flames in Little N's eye sockets shone brightly as she stared ahead. She wielded the sword with both hands, even abandoning her control over the Blood Sea banner and skull prayer beads. All that remained in her mind were the sword style, sword technique, sword move, and sword intent. There was the comprehension that came from it. There was also the knowledge from her awakened memories. Afterwards, it all vanished, reduced to nothingness. A skeleton sat in the lotus position. Buddha slaying. The Buddha slaying sword embryo spat out a streak of light several meters long. There was a flash. A fingernail was cleaved in half, brushing past her. Little and retreated. The streak of light was as swift as a dragon. She turned around and cut off another fingernail. She swung her sword, swung her sword, swung her sword. The streak of light danced about wildly, cutting off 4 fingernails in a row. The 5th fingernail filled her vision, but she was unable to stop it in time. The Buddha-slaying sword embryo was placed before her. Little N's heart surged as she said calmly, "This is the limit." Boom. 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 5 huge fingernails that resembled stone beams struck Little N one after another. Immediately. Cracks appeared on the white bones. The sound of shattering was as resounding as thunder. Even the rumbling of the collision was unable to drown it out. Boom! Dust filled the air. Little N slammed into a hill viciously. There was no more sound. The Buddha-slaying sword embryo was the strongest, but it still required the user's own strength to wield it. Little N had only undergone the first heavenly tribulation right now. He could use the Buddha-slaying sword embryo to kill a group of corpse commanders who were at higher cultivation realms than him, but he was powerless against a corpse king's sure-kill strike. This was an absolute difference in strength. It could not be made up for through external items. It swept through millions of corpse soldiers. Little Anne, who had been entrusted with all their hopes, had also reached his limit. Over half of the Golden Core cultivators had died in battle. The Dark Queen had failed. Despair appeared on the Marquis of Rui's face. It's over. It's all over. Gu Yenying raised her head. The sky was dusky. Her pupils narrowed, and her gaze became as sharp as a hawk's. Beyond this domain, she could vaguely make out countless specks of jade-green starlight flickering. Those were not starlight, but the eyes of countless corpses. There were countless experts like corpse kings among them, as well as even more powerful existences that the current world of the 9 provinces could not rival. They were like a flock of vultures circling the heads of people on the brink of death, waiting for them to collapse and die before swooping down and feasting on their corpses. Compared to the world of the 9 provinces, this place is already closer to the Hungry Ghost Realm. The Hungry Ghost Realm is about to descend. Should I leave? No. There's still one person. He hasn't spoken yet. Moo! The cry of an ox rang out, deep and drawn out as if it originated from the depths of the earth. The ground trembled gently. The entire region shook. The hills rose and fell like the waves of the sea. An iron hoof took a step forward. The ground sank and cracked. Invisible shockwaves spread out in all directions. Over 100 mountains collapsed silently. The curved horns were like crescent moons hanging high in the sky, shining with sharp light at the tips. A single, moon, character was engraved on them. His scarlet-red pupils were like the descent of a demon star. It was said that its appearance would definitely bring destruction and war. He strode over, making his way towards the corpse king. With each step, the ground would shake heavily. The Dark Queen dodged too. She felt like a mountain was pressing forward. She arrived before the corpse king, and 2 streams of air gushed out of her nostrils. She raised her head and asked, "How dare you injure her?" "Injure? No, I killed her. The next one will be you." The corpse king lowered his head and looked down. He was extremely relaxed. It was like the first glimmer of dawn, the red sun about to rise. Victory was about to arrive. He felt his strength grow stronger and stronger, both from himself and from the Hungry Ghost Realm. No one could repel him at this time, in this place. Li Qingshan lowered his head, clenched his fist, and punched out. Dense, black cracks spread and interweaved on his fist. His fist was as heavy as a mountain. At first glance, it gave off the illusion of sluggishness, as if it was advancing inch by inch. With each inch it advanced, the black cracks overlapped with each other, until it became pitch black in the end. It was like a black gauntlet, filled with the accumulation of countless tremors. You overestimate yourself. The corpse king laughed aloud. He stood with his arms crossed, looking down from above. His huge, withered hand clenched into a fist, wrapped in surging corpse chi. He raised his arm high into the air, stretching it to the limit. The bone spikes on his elbow seemed even more vicious. Like a roaring dragon, he descended from the sky, destroying everything. Chapter 555. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Under the vast and gloomy sky, 2 figures that were as tall as mountains stood facing each other. There was no anger or hatred on Li Qingshan's face, only calmness. tranquil and motionless as the earth. Divine power flowed from every corner of his body and from the ground beneath him. Bit by bit, it gathered into an ocean and merged with his body. It was as boundless as the earth. The entire world disappeared. The corpse king that was as majestic as a mountain gradually became blurry in his eyes. Even the huge fist that was rumbling towards him no longer had any pressure. It was just a roadblock, something that people would always encounter in their lives. Just shatter it. Looking at the pair of resolute and tranquil crimson eyes, the zombie king's heart stirred. What's going on with this little demon? If he possessed the flames of the phoenix, then so be it, but he possessed so many variations too. From his aura, he had only undergone the first heavenly tribulation, yet he possessed great strength that even corpse commanders struggled to match. Even so, there's still a huge gap between us, yet he dares to challenge me? Fine, I'll crush you into minced meat. The corpse king's mind moved, and 4 bone spurs suddenly protruded from his fist, whistling as they pierced towards Li Qingshan's face. Before their fists collided, they pierced through Li Qingshan. The punch became more and more dangerous, but Li Qingshan remained unmoved. Changing his moves at the last minute also meant that he lacked confidence. Unknowingly, there was a subtle shift in his aura. Time returned to normal. The black shockwave instantly shattered the bone spurs. Its destructive power was extremely strong. Even the corpse king was shocked. The moment the 2 fists collided, there was a momentary silence. The overly loud sound was like a gigantic object that could not be stuffed into the narrow ears. Instead, it gave people the illusion that it was silent. What followed after was a seemingly never-ending rumble and tremor. The quiet land was like a raging sea, surging crazily. Hills rose and collapsed one after another, cracks opened and closed one after another, without a moment of rest. Smoke and dust filled the air. It soared into the sky. Like an avalanche, the black corpse chi poured down from the corpse king's body, crushing the demon chi. It completely engulfed Li Qingshan, squeezing and tearing at his body. Li Qingshan did his best to channel all of the corpse king's power into the ground. He raised his head high and looked straight into the corpse king's eyes, letting out a thunderous roar. Torrential phoenix flames erupted from the monster core, expelling the corpse energy. His black iron-like arm swelled up. His blood vessels appeared and his veins bulged. The iron hooves left 2 deep pits in the ground. He did not take a single step back. Cracks appeared on his bones, and the sound of metal twisting and breaking could be heard. However, he didn't care about it at all, and just poured all of his strength into this punch. A stalemate. The corpse king's eyes widened in disbelief. The power of his punch was actually unable to smash this little demon into minced meat. On the contrary, a strange and powerful force came from the small demon's fist, shattering his power and corpse aura. All the cultivators were stunned by this scene. Was a demon general really capable of confronting a corpse king head-on? Gu Yenying exclaimed in her heart, how powerful! How majestic! He's definitely not a regular demon. Just what kind of fortuitous encounter did they come across to obtain such a powerful nature? The Dark Queen ingested another pill and recovered as she searched for Little N with a frown, but she found nothing. The Marquis of Rui and Han Angua exchanged glances, but they were extremely conflicted inside. They both felt fear, yet they also hoped the Moon Devil could repel the Corpse King. Demons were powerful and could not be defeated. This power is far too strange. How can I lose to you? His dignity as a king had been viciously offended. The Corpse King roared out as corpse chi surged around his arm like dragons and snakes, merging with it. It turned pitch black and pressed down viciously. Bang! Li Qingshan's colossal body was sent flying. He spun around in the air before landing firmly on his hooves. He supported himself with one hand and slid back several hundred meters due to the great inertia. Just now, he stopped. He really is a corpse king after all. Even his physical strength is nothing to scoff at. However, that's also because my tiger demon transformation and spirit turtle transformation are only at the 4th layer. I can't completely endure and control the power of the 5th layer of the ox demon, or I wouldn't have lost to him. What a pity. He had managed to hold his own against the Corpse King as a demon general and not be killed in a single punch, yet he still felt dissatisfied. He believed he had not unleashed his full strength. If the Dark Queen and the others knew what he was thinking, they probably would not believe him at all. However, that was exactly what happened. Li Qingshan had only thrown a punch, but before it had even collided with the Corpse King's fist, countless tiny cracks had already appeared on his arm bones. Even his tiger bones that were as tough as steel could not endure it. Even when he used the spirit turtle to calm his mind, allowing his thoughts to reach a state of intricacy, he was unable to completely control the flow of every single bit of power. He was like a child brandishing a huge blade. He only managed to aim the blade at the enemy, but he was unable to unleash the blade's power at all. As a matter of fact, he could even injure himself if he was careless. These 3 abilities and transformations were interconnected. Any shortcoming would prevent him from unleashing his full strength. This was the power of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. Among the 9 major transformations, just a single, minor transformation was enough to make his strength rise in an overwhelming manner. Whether his strength had increased by 20 times, 50 times, or even more, he was unable to estimate right now, nor did he have the time to estimate. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the surging blood back into his stomach. The flames of the phoenix curled around him and healed his wounds. He stood up and made his way towards the Corpse King again. The Corpse King said coldly, "I'd like to see just how many punches you can take from me." Boom! 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 The ground shook violently again and again. The originally hilly area around Burial Mound Mountain had undergone an earth-shattering transformation due to the repeated earthquakes, turning into a yellow desert. Within 100 miles, every pebble seemed to have been carefully crushed and ground, turning into fine sand. The Corpse King stood motionlessly on the gate of hungry ghosts, sending Li Qingshan flying time and time again, filling the air with dust. But every time, he would immediately stand up again and walk towards this undefeatable enemy. The Corpse King's face was twisted as he stared at the approaching Li Qingshan, as if he was looking at a monster. With each clash, Li Qingshan's strength grew stronger and stronger. Under the immense pressure, he was able to force out the ox demon's strength bit by bit. If he could not completely destroy it, there was no way he could defeat it. Gu Yenying noticed that the Corpse King's arm was trembling slightly, only calming down after a moment. She thought incredulously, "He injured the Corpse King. I'm afraid no one would believe me even if I told them." She then shook her head, "However, that's all. Pure strength is not enough for him to defeat the Corpse King. The Corpse King chose to fight with him only for the dignity of a king. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to deal with all kinds of spells and methods. More importantly, the Corpse King is in an invincible position and is not afraid of stalling for time." The specks of green light in the surroundings became clearer and clearer, spreading into the distance like an ocean. Blurry forms could already be seen, strange, twisted, huge, ethereal, and monstrous. Li Qingshan punched again. Under the gaze of those gazes, the Corpse King felt deeply humiliated. "Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish." The withered hand turned into a palm and bypassed the fist. It used 3 fingers to grab Li Qingshan's wrist, pulling and pulling. Li Qingshan could not control this excessively powerful force in the first place. Whether it was his reaction or battle technique, he could not compare to the Corpse King. The punch missed. Bang! Black shockwaves spread in all directions, shaking the void. At the same time, another withered hand pressed down on Li Qingshan's head. "It's over." Gu Yenying sighed faintly. The hungry ghost realm was about to descend. This last scene was indeed wonderful and did not disappoint her. Finally, she looked deeply at Li Qingshan, feeling somewhat regretful. I thought we could travel together on this path of cultivation for a while. I didn't think we would have to say goodbye so soon. Perhaps we will meet again in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Gu Yenying was about to turn and leave when she suddenly felt something strange. At this moment of life and death, the corners of Li Qingshan's lips curled up slightly and he exhaled softly. A translucent white greatsword rose from behind him and pierced the corpse king's hand, piercing right through. The sword suddenly turned into white flames and madly burrowed into the wound. How could she not be present in his battle of life and death? Little and refined the corpse king's 10 fingernails and healed his wounds. He then sneaked up from underground just to wait for this opportunity to inject the samadhi flames of white bone into the corpse king's body. Their teamwork required no words and was extremely tacit. An extremely terrifying coldness penetrated deep into the corpse king's heart. Activating corpse chi could only suppress the samadhi flames of white bone, but could not extinguish it. The white flames spread bit by bit from his palm and he waved it forcefully. Boom! His palm suddenly exploded and a large hole appeared. Only then did the samadhi flames of white bone get rid of it. How could Li Qingshan let go of such a good opportunity? The burning phoenix wings spread out, reaching a wingspan of nearly 300 zhang. The clear cry of the phoenix could be faintly heard as he soared into the air and punched at the corpse king's abdomen. This series of dazzling attacks was to hide the true killing move. Below him, the Buddha-slaying sword spat out another 10 zhang of sword radiance. It quietly slashed from left to right towards the corpse king's waist. The corpse king understood very well where the true threat was. He raised his arm and swung it with all his might. Corpse chi gathered into a huge wave and sent Little En flying. Then, he freed his hand to block Li Qingshan. Although Little En immediately charged over, the prepared corpse king would not fall for it so easily again. Meanwhile, the final smear of blue in the depths of the horizon was gradually devoured by paleness. This was the end. Even if Li Qingshan and Little En worked together, they would not be able to defeat a corpse king that had become serious, let alone in such a short amount of time. Although Li Qingshan was confident that he could definitely crush the bastard before him if he could raise both the tiger demon and the spirit turtle to the 5th layer, time waited for no one. Gu Yenying glanced over and let out a soft gasp of surprise. She saw that Li Qingshan's punch that had missed earlier had left behind a thin, black mark in space. She called out, "Bombard the space around him." Chapter 556. The Legend of the Great Sage 19 _ The Legend of the Great Sage is free to read _ Chapter 19 Crack, seeking monthly vote, Gu Yenying said silently in her heart. She looked at Li Qingshan and was stunned for a moment. Without any hesitation, she fiercely punched the void in front of her. It was very difficult to hit the enemy, but it was easy to miss. Anyway, even if it really hit the corpse king, it was not enough to cause fatal damage to him. Might as well see what kind of brilliant plan this bird woman had. I seem to have broken something. Li Qingshan could vaguely hear the sound of something shattering. The sound was very small, like a mosquito's buzz. But when he calmed down and listened carefully, it was like the sky had collapsed, shaking the soul. The formless void was like a transparent glassware. Black cracks spread across the void like interweaving lightning bolts. They disappeared in a flash like lightning. The corpse king's withered hand was shrouded in surging corpse energy. It slid across the sky like a black cloud and then fell down, completely ignoring the shock wave. It seems useless. As Li Qingshan was thinking, he saw a piece of the black cloud above his head was suddenly cut off. It was so smooth and straight as if someone had measured it with a ruler. Without a sound, the 3 pillar-sized fingers broke apart and fell from the sky. Li Qingshan turned his body and avoided a few fingers. He saw that the cut surface was smooth and neat, surpassing any divine weapon. He was also puzzled. What is going on? Looking at the sky carefully, he saw that although the cracks caused by the shock wave had dissipated, there was a thin and long black trace left in the sky. Because it was too thin and small, if one did not pay attention, they would not be able to notice it at all. It was probably not even comparable to a hair of the Corpse King, if he had hair. That black line. It was not ordinary black or ink black. It was simply indescribable, as if it wanted to suck in all the light. In the eyes, there was an illusion of vision being cut. As if the painting paper had split, all the scenery on the painting had broken along with it, no matter what it was painted. Strong or weak, because the most fundamental thing that carried their existence had split. Could this be the shattering of the void? His punch actually caused the effect of shattering the void. He had been devising strategies. Even if there were all kinds of accidents, the Corpse King, who had not escaped his control, finally revealed a trace of fear. Everything in this world was contained in the corresponding space. Be it the world of the 9 prefectures or the 6 paths of reincarnation. The living beings of the 6 paths, corpses, demons, and demons, all of them had to live in a certain space-time. It was as if there was a painting only if there was a paper. It was already extremely difficult for the person in the painting to leave the paper, let alone tear the paper. That was an almost impossible task. Although the Corpse King was extremely powerful, it did not have this kind of ability. It was the hungry ghost realm that was constantly devouring other worlds, and he was merely taking advantage of the situation to lead the way. Create some favorable factors and reap some benefits. He had to use the eye of a strange beast like the void-devouring beast to achieve this. Only the legendary deities and Buddhas were able to travel freely in the void realms, unaffected by the other worlds. It was completely unimaginable. A little demon could actually cause such an effect. Unless the person in the painting was extremely powerful, the person in the painting could leave the painting and ascend to a higher world. This was called ascension. But that was impossible. Otherwise, it was the power he possessed. It was a very high level of cultivation, a power that completely surpassed this world. Li Qingshan looked at his own hand, also somewhat in disbelief. I didn't think that after cultivating Ox Demon transformation to the 5th layer, Ox Demon tremors would have such power. Suddenly, a thought entered his sea of consciousness: stop spacing out. This realm is drifting in the void, pulled by the world of the 9 provinces and the hungry ghost realm at the same time. It has already become extremely weak, and the gate of hungry ghosts is its weakest point, like an Achilles heel. That's why you can cause such destruction. In a complete world, such as the 9 provinces, it would be very difficult to have such an effect. Although Gu Yenying said so, she did not dare to be the slightest bit presumptuous. The level of power he possessed was so high that it far surpassed her initial imagination. Coupled with the various transformations of his theurgy, this fortuitous encounter was probably unparalleled in the entire 9 provinces. Not even herself. One had to know that he was currently only a demon general. He had only cultivated for a very short period of time, and his control over his power was not focused enough. If he continued to advance, he would reach the Demon Commander realm, or even the Demon King realm. A Demon King with immense strength that could shatter the void with a single punch, even the veteran Demon Kings would have to bow their heads in submission. No, the entire Great Xia dynasty would tremble before him. So that's how it is. Li Qingshan understood, but he was not disappointed. Instead, his confidence increased greatly. He grabbed at the air with both hands, and the power of tremors continuously accumulated and intertwined between his 5 fingers. They were like 2 black cocoons, accumulating terrifying power. Only when he could no longer suppress it did he push forward. The Corpse King roared angrily, and the 3 severed fingers suddenly flew up, twisting as they charged towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan felt great danger, and the tremors between his palms surged, sending him flying. Boom boom boom. The 3 fingers exploded at the same time in front of him, and the bones turned into flying fragments, while the flesh and blood rained down like a torrential rain. Every fragment, every drop of rain contained immense destructive power, and the power was no less than the explosion of 3 golden cores. Li Qingshan retracted his phoenix wings, and his entire body was enveloped in flames. He was fiercely sent flying 100 kilometers away, and only after tumbling dozens of times in the air did he stabilize himself. Even though he had avoided the core of the explosion, he was still heavily injured. His internal organs were completely shattered, and his brain was a mess. His eyes were blind, and his ears were deaf. His bones were exposed, and they were covered in cracks. The Corpse King opened his mouth and spat out a black torrent towards Li Qingshan. It was like a black venomous dragon, and it contained an intense poisonous aura of death. Once hit, even the phoenix flames would be extinguished, and his tiger bones would be melted into a puddle of corpse liquid. This was something the Corpse King would only use when fighting against opponents of the same level in the Hungry Ghost realm. It was related to his advancement to Corpse Emperor. This corpse liquid was extremely difficult to accumulate, and he had never thought that he would use it at this time. However, he was not willing to give Li Qingshan the chance to get close. Go, North Moon. Success or failure depends on this. At this critical moment of life and death, Gu Yenying urged Li Qingshan to attack instead. She loosened her 2 fingers, and the translucent feather gently floated out. It did not seem to be very fast, and it drifted erratically, appearing and disappearing from time to time. In the blink of an eye, it landed in front of the Corpse King and silently exploded, turning into a spherical film of light. It constantly expanded and enveloped the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. It was like a land under the blazing sun, and the scene within it warped and changed. The Corpse King was bewildered, but it did not feel any harm or restriction. It could only treat it as a diversion. Little brother Qingshan, it's up to you. Her voice entered Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness, carrying an indistinct laughter. Even in this critical moment, she was still relaxed and at ease. Even in the face of life and death, she was still as carefree as the wind. Watch me. Li Qingshan clenched his teeth and laughed viciously. Wind howled behind him and flames surged. Boom! He was like a flaming meteor, dragging a long tail of flames behind him as he charged at the Corpse King against the corpse liquid that was like a poisonous dragon. From afar, the corpse liquid seemed extremely small, but when it came closer, it was like a surging river, surging and pouring down. Howls, strange laughter, and ghostly cries rang out in all directions. Countless corpses and ghosts danced chaotically outside the domain. Their appearances could be clearly seen with the naked eye, and some were even larger than the Corpse King. An enormous aura seemed to want to penetrate the domain, shocking everyone. In the instant that the Hungry Ghost realm was about to descend. Whether they dodged or not, only death awaited them. The wings of wind and fire burned even more fiercely, illuminating the sky. They ignored the figures around them, ignored the corpse liquid in front of them, and headed straight for the Corpse King. At the crucial moment, a white figure leaped onto Li Qingshan's shoulder. Little and waved the blood sea banner, and an even more vast river of blood howled out, charging into the corpse liquid like a blood dragon. The 2 dragons fought intensely in the air. The poisonous dragon pounced continuously, wanting to charge at Li Qingshan. However, the blood dragon firmly entangled it. Blood and corpse water splattered continuously, giving off dark red smoke. Li Qingshan continued to advance, not even looking at the intense battle above him that concerned his life and death. He looked straight ahead, forward, and forward again. Yellow sand flew behind him. Before he could land, he was already several kilometers away. The Corpse King felt threatened. Ignoring the depletion of corpse liquid, it spat with all its might. The poisonous dragon howled, shattering the blood dragon and spiraling downwards. When Li Qingshan was still 5 kilometers away from the Gate of Hungry Ghosts, his figure paused slightly. His knees bent slightly, and he raised his iron fist high. A shockwave appeared beneath his iron hooves. A wild roar. The poisonous dragon missed. Li Qingshan shot out like a cannonball, his fist smashing into the distorted space. Boom! The space shook violently. With his fist as the center, black cracks spread rapidly, covering the sky above the gate of hungry ghosts. The distorted and illusory space was like a parched earth, cracking piece by piece. Unlike the tiny cracks just now, there were many black abysses. The words, space shattering, involuntarily appeared in Li Qingshan's mind. Otherwise, there would be no way to describe the scene before him. No! The Corpse King roared angrily. It actually pulled its legs out of the gate of hungry ghosts and lunged at Li Qingshan, like Mount Tai toppling over, unstoppable. Li Qingshan had already used up the last of his demon qi and strength. He returned to the size of a normal person, raising his head to watch the Corpse King lunge at him. His shoulders suddenly tightened. Looking back, Gu Yenying was like a hawk pouncing on a rabbit, clasping his shoulder and bringing him high into the sky. The huge, withered hand extended and reached over loudly, directly pursuing her. It was actually even faster than Gu Yenying. Li Qingshan's heart also leapt into his throat, but he heard Gu Yenying say, "Don't worry." Slowing down, she turned back to look. The sharp fingertips of the withered hand suddenly paused just as they were about to touch her face. She smiled faintly, "It looks like we've won this round." The Corpse King froze on the spot, looking down in disbelief. Its body followed the cracks in the void and scattered, like a broken jigsaw puzzle. Even its head had been cut into several pieces. The Legend of the Great Sage 19_ The Legend of the Great Sage Free Reading _ Chapter 19. Chapter 557. Li Qingshan guessed that Gu Yenying's transparent feather originally possessed the ability to break through domains. When it detonated above the gate of hungry ghosts, the power spread out evenly in this region of space, making the space even more fragile. That was why he could shatter it with a single punch. "Thanks." "No problem." In the hungry ghost realm, sharp mockery and cold snorts of disdain rang out like the tide. Pairs of green eyes shone with greed and desire as they gazed at the Corpse King that had been cut to pieces. It was as if they were not looking at a dried corpse, but people who had starved for 3 days gazing at a table of delicacies. At this very moment, the pieces of the Corpse King's body all flew into the air, piecing together again. It let out a furious roar. It was actually still alive. The void-bellied Ghost King leapt up from the ground. Its mouth widened to an unbelievable degree, like a huge, gaping bag. It sucked in the Corpse King wildly. The Dark Queen, who had been preparing for a very long time, finally took action. Corpse Chi poured out from the various wounds on the Corpse King's body, sucked into the void-bellied Ghost King's mouth. The void-bellied Ghost King's belly swelled up like it was 10 months pregnant. Its figure became more and more consolidated, and its aura became more and more powerful. The Corpse King finally became frightened. It swung its arms around wildly, struggling desperately, but it was unable to stop its aura from leaking out. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. Gu Yenying explained, "The reason why the Hungry Ghost Realm is called the Hungry Ghost Realm is because only by constantly devouring can the corpses and ghouls in there constantly grow stronger and survive. Look, the Corpse King would rather struggle here than return to the Hungry Ghost Realm. There's still a chance of survival here. Retreating is the fate of being divided and devoured." There was another thought that Gu Yenying did not mention. The Dark Queen's strength would definitely grow drastically after devouring a Corpse King this time, and her cultivation had reached the peak of the second heavenly tribulation a long time ago. If she resolved that not in her heart and underwent the third heavenly tribulation, she would be very confident about the situation in the Green Province. The situation in the Green Province would change once more. The Samadhi flames of white bone swept over, enveloping the Corpse King heavily and severing its final sliver of life. The Corpse King was severely injured and suppressed by the void-bellied Ghost King, so it could no longer stop the spread of the flames. The broken bones were immediately ignited, and in the blink of an eye, it burned into a huge fire. The Dark Queen and Little End exchanged glances from afar. They divided and devoured it, completely killing the Corpse King. "Ah! I can't accept this." I can't. The Corpse King let out a final groan. He didn't expect to die in such a world. To die at the hands of such a group of people. The flames from the Corpse King's skeleton were particularly bright and clear. Clearly, they could not be compared to regular corpse generals or corpse commanders. Little Anne didn't use it to continue refining the Buddha-slaying sword embryo. Instead, she carefully collected it. This would be the key for her to break through the second level. The white flames burned fiercely, illuminating the entire realm. Its light even reached the hungry ghost realm. Countless voices of shock and bewilderment came from the hungry ghost realm. The legend of the white sacred flame was widespread in the hungry ghost realm. Now, it really appeared. The Dark Queen immediately sealed up the gate of hungry ghosts and took out an item. It was a pale white object that resembled a sharp awl. Countless vicious ghouls could be vaguely seen hugging together on it. The Dark Queen tossed it out, and it grew to 30 meters in the air. The ghouls became clearer and clearer, like a huge sword hanging in the air, stabbing towards the gate of hungry ghosts slowly and firmly. The black cracks all closed up after coming in contact with the huge, pale white sword. It was unable to cause any damage. Li Qingshan asked, "What's this?" Gu Yenying said, "The key of hungry ghosts." The Umbraline sect was bold enough to use the powers of the hungry ghost realm, so they understood the terrors of the hungry ghost realm the best. They had prepared many methods to prevent the gate of hungry ghosts from devouring them. This was one of them. However, the Dark Queen was rather worried. If another Corpse King or Ghost King appeared to support the gate of hungry ghosts, the hungry ghost realm would descend completely in just a few seconds. However, out of their surprise and doubt towards the white flames, as well as the shattered space on the gate of hungry ghosts, no ghouls were bold enough to rush out immediately and take the risk. During this moment of hesitation, the key of hungry ghosts seemed to be stabbed into the gate of hungry ghosts. The Dark Queen dispersed the void-bellied Ghost King and aimed it at the key of hungry ghosts. She wrapped her arms around it and twisted it forcefully. The gate of hungry ghosts rapidly closed. Unwilling roars rang out from the hungry ghost realm like a tsunami. The ghouls responded one by one and lunged over. However, as the key of hungry ghosts turned, the various sounds rapidly receded into the distance. The figures of the vicious ghouls rapidly blurred too. In the end, all that was left was a green light that flickered like starlight before dimming and vanishing. The gate of hungry ghosts closed loudly. All of the sounds and sights vanished in that instant. They had been locked up in another world. Gu Yenying clapped her hands. "It's done." The rims of the Marquis of Rui's eyes heated up. He could not help but feel like he was about to cry. The feeling of surviving a disaster was far too wonderful. The Dark Queen looked back before looking at little Anne. Her brows furrowed slightly, wanting to say something, but she hesitated. Her originally cold gaze was actually filled with indescribable warmth. Although she had not obtained any evidence, not a single response, she was already extremely certain inside. Feng did not believe in little Anne's existence entirely because of that sliver of fortune. However, the Dark Queen and little Anne were basically tied together. Their lives were linked. That had always been an indescribable bond. Little Anne stowed away the Buddha-slaying sword embryo and ignored the Dark Queen's disappointment. He turned around and returned to Li Qingshan's side. Li Qingshan also let out a sigh of relief and gazed into the distance. All he saw was darkness outside the region. "How are we supposed to get out?" Gu Yenying said, "This place has already been sealed up by the eye of the space-devouring beast, isolating it into an independent region. However, as long as the hungry ghost realm hasn't completely devoured it, returning to the 9 provinces is only a matter of time." Sure enough, a smear of azure appeared in the depths of the sky. The gloomy clouds and mist gradually dispersed. The region had distanced itself from the hungry ghost realm, returning to the world of the 9 provinces. Finally, this tragic war had ended. After narrowly escaping death, they had managed to find a way out. Gratified smiles appeared on everyone's faces. The Dark Queen stared at Little N for a very long time, but she refused to say anything the entire time. It was as if she was calling for her return with her gaze. It was filled with indescribably complicated emotions, such as apologies, concern, relief, sorrow. She constantly murmured inside, my you. Little N was restless. She just hid behind Li Qingshan and hugged her head as if she wanted to cover her non-existent ears. Although she wanted to sever her past, the memories of the past constantly surged and entangled her without end. That was her experience before she started cultivating, as well as her entire life. Severing her emotions was easier said than done. Your Highness, these two monsters are vicious. If you let them escape here, they'll definitely become a great problem in the future. The Marquis of Rui gazed into the distance, but he secretly communicated with her soul sense. It had to be mentioned that he had quite the insight. If the Dark Queen took action, Li Qingshan and Little N really would not be her opponent right now. The void-bellied Ghost King had become even more powerful after devouring the Corpse King's aura, and with this reunion, the knot in her heart began to loosen up too. She could completely unleash the void-bellied Ghost King's greater strength. Right now, even if she faced a regular soul nascence cultivator, the Dark Queen was confident she could put up a fight. What was even more frustrating was that Li Qingshan was currently extremely feeble, trapped in the region, unable to escape. After witnessing Li Qingshan and Little N's performance, the Marquis of Rui became determined to kill them. Otherwise, once they broke free from this region, they would probably turn the entire Rui commandery upside down. Probably even her own life would be in danger. The Dark Queen looked away and lowered her head to look at the Marquis of Rui. Her expression recovered its coldness and she said, really? Yes. The Marquis of Rui could not help but turn around and bow towards the Dark Queen. He panicked inside. She had also cultivated for many years, so why did she not even understand the principle of launching a sudden attack? However, since she was bold enough to mention it so openly, perhaps that was proof of her absolute confidence. At the same time, he used his soul sense to command Gu Yenying. Yenying, prepare to take action. We need to kill these two demons here, or the entire Marquis of Rui, or even the entire Green Province, will be in danger. Gu Yenying leaned on her chin with her jade folding fan and sank into her thoughts. If she had guessed correctly, his request sure was startling. She frowned. I don't think that's a good idea. Li Qingshan asked, what happened? Yenying, are you really going to collude with demons? Aren't you afraid of Sir Hawk God's rebuke? The Marquis of Rui was furious. Why was she like that too? What was going on with them? Wouldn't this make the Moon Devil wary? He also felt that something was amiss. He is him, and I am me. Gu Yenying raised an eyebrow, displeased. The Dark Queen asked indifferently, who do you think I should kill first? The Marquis of Rui could not afford to consider it carefully. He said reluctantly, I think we should kill the skeletal monster first. Chapter 558. Your Highness, why? The sudden turn of events took all the cultivators by surprise. Han Onggua's face sank as he gripped his spear firmly. The scholar in white recalled what Feng Buchuan had said when he went berserk, as well as the Dark Queen's various strange behavior. His eyes were filled with surprise and doubt as he raised his guard. Li Qingshan never expected the Dark Queen to be so vicious. He frowned in thought. Her status is noble, but killing a marquis conferred by the Great Xia Empire is no small matter. I wonder how she's going to wrap things up. The Dark Queen immediately gave him an answer. After killing the Marquis of Rui, she did not recall the void-bellied Ghost King immediately. The void-bellied Ghost King's huge, vicious head turned around slowly, and its colossal body suddenly moved, striking out valiantly. Gusts of wind swept up the sand and rushed over. Li Qingshan squinted his eyes before widening them again. Sand swept into the air as the void-bellied Ghost King rampaged about, unleashing a massacre. It basically killed the remaining golden core cultivators one by one with a single strike. Li Qingshan wanted to say something, but a hand landed on his shoulder. Looking back, Gu Yenying gazed into the distance and shook her head gently. Li Qingshan returned to his senses. The last sight he saw was Han Angua merging with his spear, charging towards the Ghost King that was countless times larger than him. His gaze was as determined as steel as the spear left his hand, whistling and spinning like a tornado, piercing the Ghost King's huge hand and heading straight for the Dark Queen's head. Boom! With a great rumble, the wind subsided, and the sands settled down. The void-bellied Ghost King gripped the spear like it was a toothpick. Han Angua's aura vanished. Li Qingshan thought of the arts of the boundless ocean he practiced. He was borrowing his power, and he was Han Xiongji's uncle too, so he could not help but feel heavy-hearted. The Dark Queen rubbed her forehead gently. There was a red mark there, but apart from that, she was unscathed. She turned around. She was as cold as frost, and her dress ruffled. She hovered in the void-bellied Ghost King's body, making her way towards the three of Li Qingshan. The smear of azure in the center of the sky gradually permeated. A white sun shone before rapidly falling towards the west. The sky was dyed fire-red too, turning inky blue very soon. A lonely moon hung high in the sky. Li Qingshan did not have the time to observe the strange phenomena in the sky as he stood in the desert illuminated by the moonlight. Dong! 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 The void-bellied Ghost King strode towards Li Qingshan and the others. She wants to kill everyone. Li Qingshan shivered inside. He could not help but admit that the Dark Queen possessed that strength right now. The void-bellied Ghostly King stretched out its arm and grabbed at Li Qingshan. Its speed was not fast, but its aura was firmly locked onto Li Qingshan, sealing off all of his escape routes. Li Qingshan was exhausted. There was no way to dodge. Little N leaped out and his sword flashed. The Dark Queen pulled back her hand. A sword scar appeared on his palm, and he clenched it tightly. He looked over coldly. Little N's eyes flickered with flames as he stared back at her. Your Highness, it's getting late. We should return. Gu Yenying gazed at the sky. The rate at which the weather changed was silently slowing down. I know you've already guessed it. If you can keep this a secret, you'll gain the friendship of the Umbraline sect. The Dark Queen withdrew her gaze and dispersed the void-bellied Ghost King with a wave of her hand as she said to Gu Yenying. She had not launched a massacre on a whim. Cultivators were all clear-minded, let alone golden core cultivators. Every single one of them was skilled in the ways of the world. The Marquis of Rui came from an aristocratic clan and was obsessed with fear and hatred. He failed to see through her strange behavior, but that did not mean other cultivators could not see or see through her either. Silencing them was necessary. A demonic sect like the Umbraline sect had always viewed human lives as worthless. They were not bound by any morals or laws at all, acting as they pleased. Even if it were not related to this secret, she would probably take action for the sake of these cultivators' golden cores and treasures. With an additional golden core, her chances of overcoming the third heavenly tribulation would be slightly greater. As for Gu Yenying, she was on relatively good terms with her, and Gu Yenying stood aloof from the world. She was not a person of the so-called righteous path. She was rather heartless, but she was not vicious. Most importantly, she wasn't confident that she could kill him here. This was how people of the demonic path did things. As long as they could increase their cultivation by just a tiny bit, it would be worth it no matter how many fellows they killed. In her opinion, cultivators like the Marquis of Rui had lived in peace for far too long. They had forgotten about the era when cultivators fought and killed one another. Gu Yenying bowed slightly and bowed gracefully. Please exchange this friendship for 3 golden cores. The Dark Queen immediately tossed 3 golden cores to Gu Yenying. One of them was pure white and extraordinary. It was the Marquis of Rui's golden core. Gu Yenying ingested it without minding it at all and began to meditate and refine it. Only then did the Dark Queen stop worrying, completely dispelling her killing intent. Afterwards, they fell silent, quietly waiting to return to the world of the 9 provinces. Even Li Qingshan had no idea whether Gu Yenying and the Dark Queen had colluded with each other through soul senses. However, from the beginning until the end, the Dark Queen and Little N said nothing to each other. Only when the sky lit up did the surrounding scenery gradually clear. The speed at which the sun, moon, and stars fluctuated in the sky returned to normal. The moment they returned to the world of the 9 provinces, Li Qingshan dove into the ground with Little N. He was afraid to look back. He sensed several tremendous auras illuminating the night sky like torches. Several divine wills swept past his body, as if they wanted to see through him. In that moment, the spirit turtle gave several warnings. Each time, it was terrifying enough to almost kill him, but it did not launch an attack. The sky was enveloped by a thick layer of clouds, constantly surging and changing. A scale and a claw, pitch black like ink, could be vaguely seen moving through the clouds, vaguely clashing with a heaven-leaning sword on the other side of the horizon. That was a clash that the current Li Qingshan could not take part in. It was a game between kings. The man stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. He wore black regular clothes, and his hair was combed back meticulously. His eyes were filled with a sense of dignity that was as vast as the rain and the sea. His soul senses followed the direction that Li Qingshan and Little N had fled in. He frowned as if he was thinking about something. The Dark Queen flew into the horizon and arrived beside the man, bowing. Just now, the man withdrew his gaze and looked at the Dark Queen. He was slightly surprised. "You're about to undergo the tribulation?" "Yes." "Very good." The man nodded slightly, but his brows remained furrowed. He did not seem to be particularly happy. Gu Yenying bowed. Subordinate Gu Yenying greets the provincial lord. The man was the Chu Lai king who governed the 15,000 kilometers of the Green Province. "As long as you're fine. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to explain this to Sir Hawk God. Just what happened in there?" At this moment, a streak of light arrived with a flash. A woman with a sword on her back arrived and bowed towards Chu Lai king before looking at Gu Yenying. Her expression was cold, and her gaze was as sharp as a sword, but she treated the Dark Queen like she did not exist. "I want to hear about it too. Ma Ming Fei has come too." Gu Yenying roughly explained what had happened, but she obviously hid a lot of it. Ming Fei clasped her hands towards the Dark Queen. "Sister, you've done a great service by sealing the gate of hungry ghosts. Once we return to the estate, I'll definitely offer you a toast." Chu Lai king swung his sleeve. "Everyone, you can all disperse." With that, the powerful auras that watched from afar on the horizon truly receded. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed. Before she left, the Dark Queen glanced back at the boundless land. It's not time yet. I will take you home very soon." Li Qingshan constantly dove into the depths of the earth. Only when the underground magnetic field completely surrounded him could he no longer sense any soul sense. Just now, he stopped and exhaled deeply. He smiled. It really was dangerous this time. Although he had narrowly escaped death this time, he had broken through to the 5th layer of the Ox Demon transformation and witnessed the future power of the Ox Demon. As long as he had the time to assimilate it, his personal strength would definitely grow drastically. Even if he came across Golden Core cultivators, he was confident he could emerge victorious. There was no answer. Little N was rather absent-minded. Only after a moment of surprise did she say, "Why, yeah." Li Qingshan embraced her. His expression fluctuated, as if he wanted to say something. After hesitating for quite a while, he said, "Just now, do you remember? Where is your home?" Little N nodded before shaking her head firmly. "It's fine. If you want to go home and have a look, I'll go with you. I promised you. Hee hee, didn't I carve a tablet for you? Don't worry, it's fine. Li Qingshan's voice gradually softened. Who knew who he was comforting? His voice was rather hoarse as he tightened his arms even more. If it really was as he had expected, why would the mighty provincial lord's estate allow her to stay by his side? However, it might be better for her this way. Little N stood up and took out the scholar wood tablet. One side was engraved with the word Nan, while the other side was engraved with the word N. The craftsmanship was clumsy, and the handwriting was hideous. There were even scorch marks from the flames, but she held it in her hand carefully. No matter how many mountains and rivers, no matter how many difficulties and dangers there will be a day when I send you home. Under the moonlight, the young man promised seriously. That sight was like a red mole on her forehead, something she would never forget. The scholar wood tablet engraved with the word Nanan served as proof. With a crack, Little N clenched her fingers. The scholar wood tablet cracked and was crushed into powder, sending sawdust flying everywhere. Li Qingshan was stunned, but he heard Little N say, I'm not going anywhere, and you can't abandon me. I'll always be by your side, all the way to the 9 heavens, unless death separates us. Where am I? Didn't I die? Slowly opening his eyes, he saw the gloomy sky and countless bones piled up on the ground. A figure crawled to his feet, holding onto a withered tree beside him. He suddenly realized that his hand had also become as withered as the dead tree, pale and cold. He immediately noticed the abnormality in his body. He didn't need to breathe. When he touched his chest, his heart was no longer beating. All the functions of his body had stopped, and he had become a corpse. He was indeed dead, but this world happened to be a paradise for the dead, and the living could not survive here. That's right, I've fallen into the hungry ghost realm. Have we met somewhere before? Ma Chaochuan looked at the vast and barren land in the distance. Just as he was thinking about this, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Ma Chaochuan turned around and saw a purple figure standing there. Her eyes were clear, and her skin was fair. She looked very lively, but that was only because she was powerful and could not conceal the powerful aura of death on her body. Chapter 559. In the pitch-black depths of the underground, Li Qingshan held Little N in his arms. His heart was at peace. As long as she was there, as long as they worked together, no matter what difficulties they encountered, they could solve them. Just let the Dark Queen die. No one can take her away from him. However, he soon discovered something terrible. With his current 4th layer of the spirit turtle transformation, it was impossible for him to suppress the 5th layer of the ox demon transformation. In other words, unless he reached the 5th layer of the spirit turtle transformation, he would not be able to recover his human form and return to the 100 schools of thought. However, this was definitely much more difficult than reaching the 5th layer with the ox demon and tiger demon. The ox demon and tiger demon determined the toughness of his body, but the spirit turtle determined his cultivation. Once he broke through to the 5th layer, he would be a demon commander firmly, and he would be able to establish himself in this world. Alas, what should I do? He still had many ties in this world. Qiongji must be very sad to lose her uncle. Back then, I even considered taking him as my master. I didn't expect that the first time we met, we would be separated by life and death. Although he had some connection with Han Angua, they had never met before, and there was no deep relationship between them. If he could save him, he would save him. If he couldn't, there was nothing he could do. They could only leave it to fate. Thinking about it, if he, Li Qingshan, died, Han Angua would not feel sad for him. He was just worried that Han Qiongji would become overly sad. Fortunately, the person the Dark Queen finished off was not Han Anjuan's father-in-law, or she really would be torn to pieces. This was the difference between family and friends. He could risk exposing his identity to save Hua Sengzan, but if it was Hua Sengzan's parents or siblings, then he would have to think twice. At most, he would have to do what he could. After all, there was no love without reason in this world. I wonder if Qingzan will leak my identity. I don't think so. After all, I saved his life. Li Qingshan said to little Anne, "You go back to the Immortals' cave first and deal with the situation. If no one comes to deal with us, just say that I've suffered an internal injury and am in seclusion to heal it. I'll give it a try when I return to Moon Court Lake and see if I can use the Water God Seal's power. If I can't suppress the Ox Demon, I'll be able to kill him in a short time. I'm afraid we won't be able to return to the surface." Little and reluctantly left. Li Qingshan found that after she recovered her memory, there were some changes. He didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Resting his head on his arm, Li Qingshan leaned against the hot stone wall. While recovering his demonic energy, he sorted out his thoughts and considered what he should do next. North Moon. An enchanting figure walked out from the darkness. It was Helicoverpa Rosa. She licked her scarlet lips and asked with a smile, "Are you hurt?" After a fierce battle, Li Qingshan looked a little battered. He had only recovered 20 to 30% of his demonic aura. After breaking through the 5th layer of the Ox Demon, he was unable to conceal his aura. Naturally, the owner of this territory, Helicoverpa Rosa, sensed his presence and tracked him down. When the Spider Queen saw his current appearance, she felt a chill run down her spine. Her eyes lit up. She felt that this was a heaven-sent opportunity to redeem herself. Li Qingshan glanced at her. "Yes. Why don't you take care of me?" "Sure." Helicoverpa Rosa said cheerfully. Then, she looked around. "Where's that skeleton friend of yours? Why isn't it here to take care of you?" She had something to do. She already left. "So it's just us here. Are we the only ones here?" Loth approached them slowly with a smile. "Yes, it's just us." Before Li Qingshan even finished speaking, the poisonous whip whistled through the air towards him like a bolt of black lightning. He reached out and grabbed the tip of the whip, and it coiled around his arm. Helicoverpa Rosa's red lips curled. She pulled back, and the poisonous whip was taut like a bowstring. Li Qingshan did not move at all. With a sneer on his face, he pulled back. "Come on." Helicoverpa Rosa's expression changed. She felt an unimaginable force coming from the poisonous whip. She was involuntarily pulled over. She took the opportunity to pounce on Li Qingshan. Her spikes danced wildly, and her poisonous fangs protruded. Li Qingshan casually threw a punch. He did not even look at Helicoverpa Rosa. Waves of shockwaves surged in all directions. Helicoverpa Rosa's skin turned silver. She had already experienced this move countless times. Even if it hit her body directly, she would not care, let alone in the void. However, the moment she touched the shockwaves, she immediately felt that something was wrong. It was too late to dodge. Every bone in her body, every inch of her skin, was shaking. Even her demonic aura was about to disperse. She flew out involuntarily and crashed into the rock wall. She sank more than 10 feet deep. Wherever she passed, the shockwaves spread from her body. The rocks were all shattered, forming a huge funnel-shaped hole. She was lying at the bottom of the funnel. Helicoverpa Rosa's teeth were clenched, and she could not speak. Her face was filled with shock. The poisonous clothing on her chest was torn, and half of her ample breasts were revealed. There was also a deep ravine between them. Cracks appeared on her silver skin. Her strongest defensive ability could not withstand the power of the tremors of the Ox Demon. If she was hit directly by this punch, the consequences would be unimaginable. The 9 transformations of the Celestial and Demon did not seem to be very powerful at the beginning. When Li Qingshan cultivated the first layer of the Ox Demon, he was only an expert in the pugilistic world. However, the growth of each layer became more and more shocking. Under the situation where he did not fully unleash the power of the fifth layer of the ox demon, he was able to contend with the zombie king, who had an extremely strong physique. In terms of strength alone, he was almost close to the peak of this world. Although the tremors of the ox demon was still unable to shatter the void in the world of the 9 prefectures, its power was not something that could be easily withstood. He's become even stronger. Who knows how many times stronger than he was in the past. This is impossible. Is he really a demon? Helicoverpa Rosa's eyes were filled with disbelief. She could not accept this reality. Previously, she had clashed with North Moon several times. Although she had lost all of them, they were still fierce battles. There was no lack of opportunities for her to win. However, she could not even withstand a single punch from him. How could she accept this? Furthermore, he was still a demon general. Regardless of whether she could accept it or not, she immediately made the most correct choice. Escape. The tiger demon pounced, the phoenix danced, and the wind and fire whistled. In a flash, he arrived behind Helicoverpa Rosa. Li Qingshan pressed his hands beside her. The tip of his nose almost touched hers. He smiled sinisterly. Didn't you say that you would take care of me? After the battle at Burial Mound Mountain, although the tiger demon transformation had not broken through to the 5th layer, he had a deeper understanding of it. He could control the wind and fire wings more freely. Don't even think about it. Helicoverpa Rosa opened her mouth and spat out a thread of spider silk. Like a ray of white light, it shot directly between Li Qingshan's eyebrows. At the same time, she squeezed back into the rocks, wanting to escape from the range of his arms. Tremble. Li Qingshan let out a low roar and grabbed her shoulders. The power of tremors was released in a frenzy. With him as the center, black waves of tremors interweaved in the air, forming black cracks that resembled lightning. The spider's silk shattered in the air, and Helicoverpa Rosa felt like she had been struck by lightning. Her body trembled violently in the air, and her poison suit was ripped apart, reduced to shreds. It fluttered through the air like butterflies before turning to dust, revealing her silver body. A while later, her demon chi dispersed as well. She was unable to maintain her innate ability, and the silver receded, revealing her white, naked body. Her perky chest jiggled like jelly under the aftershocks of the tremors. 2 specks of scarlet danced about. Helicoverpa Rosa was shocked. Li Qingshan said, "Since you don't want to take care of me, I'll take care of you." When the Lord of the Green Province descended, he made the school leaders retreat to the 100 schools of thought. This was no longer something they could take part in. In the 100 schools of thought, the school leaders were all filled with worry. If the hungry ghost realm truly descended, all they could do was flee, and they had no idea where they could flee to. Lu Changqing glanced around and asked, "Qingzan, where's Qingshan?" In a corner, Ru Xian lowered her eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. Hua Sengzan's thoughts ran wild. He was taken aback when he heard that. He seems to have returned to his dwelling already. Now that he knew Li Qingshan's identity, he had no idea what he should do. Technically speaking, he should expose him, but the entire time, North Moon had never targeted the 100 schools of thought. Instead, he had treated him well, sparing him several times and even saving his life. Even if he had to repay him with his life, it would not be excessive, so how could he betray him? Ru Xian furrowed her eyebrows slightly. She became rather doubtful. There's no reason why he wouldn't participate in something like this. Hold on, don't tell me he's in there too. Lu Changqing sighed. He sure is straightforward. He's probably been quite motivated again. After all, nothing is more important than his own cultivation. Foundation establishment really is just foundation establishment. Including him, no one present had not been provoked. In a battle like that, the life of a foundation establishment cultivator was basically like a speck of dust. Hearing that, Hua Sengzan instead eased up. A battle between humans and demons was not something a measly Foundation establishment cultivator like him could take part in. If he took part recklessly without any knowledge, he would only be throwing his life away for nothing. He was better off focusing on cultivation and increasing his cultivation. However, who knew what Xiongji would do if she found out? This wait lasted for several days. Sunlight and moonlight constantly alternated in the window. Everyone felt like the odds were against them, but none of them dared to leave. They were afraid that they would not receive the news as soon as possible and suffer a disaster. Fellow cultivators, there's a result. The gate of hungry ghosts has been sealed. The puppet that the leader of the school of Moism had left behind had been observing the situation the entire time. It finally spoke now. Everyone eased up. They almost could not help but cheer out, but they saw the leader of the school of Moism's expression change drastically. He hesitated before saying, "I saw Commander Gu and Her Highness the Dark Queen. I saw Commander Gu and Her Highness the Dark Queen." Yep, there was also a cat demon. The other cultivators all died in battle. Crack. A crack appeared on the cup in Han Anjuan's hand. Although his expression was still as determined as steel, his lips trembled slightly. The room fell into an uproar. That was a group of golden core cultivators. Just how many renowned figures had they all died just like that? When Wasung Zan heard that Gu Yenying was still alive, he eased up slightly. Then he asked in a hurry, "Did anyone else appear? My puppet can only watch from the outskirts. I didn't see anyone else." Chapter 560. A pair of scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness. They swiveled around, taking in the surrounding scenery. The small lake that reeked of sulfur was bubbling and boiling. He was currently leaning against a large, scorching rock by the lake. The tension he had accumulated in the battle had completely relaxed, and he felt a sense of peace and comfort. Finally, he cast his gaze on the voluptuous figure in his arms. The madness from not long ago was still vivid in his mind. He smiled. Under the suppression of his absolute strength, all her struggles were futile. In the end, she simply gave up and joined him. There was a feeling that if she could not resist, then she would enjoy it. He gently caressed her back, tracing a beautiful arc until he reached her voluptuous buttocks. He patted them lightly. "Pa!" Helicoverpa Rosa also opened her eyes. There was no longer any hatred or resentment in them. There was actually an alluring laziness. She lay in his arms, submissive like never before. The difference in strength between them had already been completely widened. Li Qingshan had already completely demonstrated his strength, proving his qualifications to be her partner. Everything that had happened in the past could not be considered hatred. It could only be considered flirting before sex. Not only was it meaningless for the weak to hate the strong, it did not benefit their survival at all. To a fiendish demon, only being bullied by the weak was worthy of resentment. Submitting to the strong was not something shameful. Li Qingshan pushed away the figure in his arms that could enchant any man, and followed the underground river upstream alone. Suddenly, he turned his head. "You, and this territory of yours, all belong to me." "Yes." Helicoverpa Rosa said very straightforwardly. With his strength, it was natural for him to possess all this, and it was even somewhat lacking. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. The simplicity and straightforwardness of the world of fiendish demons was what he liked the most. There was no right or wrong, no morals or laws. It was just natural selection, survival of the fittest. Only after watching his figure disappear did Helicoverpa Rosa let out a long sigh. If only she had killed him the moment she saw him. Torrential rain poured down on Mooncourt Lake. Fierce winds howled, and turbid waves rose into the air. Looking down through the undulating surface of the lake, a faint blue light could be seen. At the bottom of Moon Court Lake, in a translucent ball of light formed from countless hexagons, a handsome, slender, and majestic man hugged his knees as he curled up in the ball of light. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, revealing 4 fangs. His waist-length scarlet hair fluttered in the water like a burning flame. The brilliance of the light ball flickered, like a beating heart. When it was bright, the waves on the lake became more violent. When it was dark, the waves calmed down. The figure of a spirit turtle appeared, as if it was doing its best to suppress something. A wisp of black appeared in his fluttering scarlet hair, spreading bit by bit. His appearance also changed along with it. He was no longer as handsome as before, as ordinary as a stone statue. Boom! A loud sound came from the bottom of the water, and a pillar of water that was over 100 feet tall rose up. Countless raindrops flew into the sky. However, the spirit turtle's profound shell shattered into pieces. The surging waves calmed down unbelievably, like a huge mirror. The rain gradually lessened, becoming sparse. The rain fell into the mirror, kicking up ripples that overlapped and merged together. Li Qingshan exhaled deeply and spread his limbs, floating on the surface of the lake quietly. His face was just as handsome as before, and his hair was still scarlet red. He had still failed in the end. He raised his right hand and waved it gently from left to right. The clouds parted and the rain dispersed. The moon was as bright as day, and the sky was filled with stars. How beautiful! He sighed emotionally, forgetting all of his worries. Standing up, he looked at the specks of lantern light by the lake and listened to the voices in the lantern light. This was the life of mortals. There was a sense of tranquility and happiness to it. Very soon, he realized that this was just an illusion. The lives of mortals were filled with pain. How could he forget his roots and indulge in some nostalgia when he had come this far from being a cowherd? That would be foolish self-deception. And, even if this happiness was real, he would not be reluctant to part with it. What he pursued had never been so-called happiness. He gazed at the depths of the stars and laughed aloud. Since he had no intention of turning back, then he would continue onwards. Li Qingshan leapt up and turned into a streak of red light, flying into the horizon. Looking down, the surroundings were clear. Moon Court Lake was vast, and the waters of the clear river in the distance gushed endlessly, extending into the distance. The Marquis of Rui has been finished off. A group of golden core cultivators have been finished off. The Rui commandery is leaderless now, so who can still stop me? I'll continue to refine bodies of water and strengthen the power of the water god seal. I refuse to believe I can't break through to the 5th layer of the spirit turtle after refining these bodies of water. Master, have you found her? Is Li El by her? In the carriage that flew towards the Umbraline sect, Xianyue nestled in the Dark Queen's arms and raised her head, asking curiously. The Dark Queen's face coldened. She said with a sternness that Xianyue had never seen before, "Shut up." Xianyue shivered from fright, and her hair stood on end. Only then did the Dark Queen's expression soften. She stroked Xianyue gently. You can't mention this to anyone, or I'll. She stopped there, but Xianyue felt a chill. Ever since she left Burial Mound Mountain, her master seemed to have changed. Her resentment had vanished, replaced by a sense of dignity and determination. When she stroked herself, her movements were still as gentle as before, but it lacked warmth. Her gaze no longer landed on herself, instead staring into the endless darkness. Her eyes blazed with wildfire. Perhaps, this was her original appearance. Perhaps this was the bearing that a demonic cultivator should possess. A man suddenly appeared in the carriage, ignoring the guards in the surroundings and the various formations on the carriage. His hair was disheveled, covering most of his face. His skin was pale white, and his eyes shone brightly. He wore black robes. The sleeves and edges of the robes were all tattered, but they seemed like black flames coiled around him. He possessed an indescribable bearing. Sect Master. The Dark Queen stood up and bowed, showing respect. You finally returned. Looks like you've benefited quite a lot from this trip. The master of the Umbral sect said. The Dark Queen told him everything that had happened on the Gate of Hungry Ghosts, but it differed drastically from what Gu Yenying had told her. She confessed to the fact that she had killed the Marquis of Rui and the others, but she still did not reveal Little N's identity. Very good. The master of the Umbral sect smiled sinisterly. Do these little bastards really think the cultivation community is a good place for them to live freely and happily? Have you captured their souls? Yes. We'll torture them first and extract some useful information from them before sending them into the Myriad Ghost Banner as a sacrifice. If you can undergo the heavenly tribulation, the position of sect master will definitely belong to you in the future. The Myriad Ghost Banner will end up in your hands sooner or later. Chaos is about to rise. The laws of cultivation have been twisted by the Great Xia Empire for so long, so it's about time for them to reveal their true colors. The master of the Umbral sect revealed his pearly white teeth and sneered silently. Xianyue shivered and shrank into the Dark Queen's arms. The Dark Queen stroked Xianyue in comfort and thought, Master, even if you're unwilling to hand the position of sect master to me, I won't agree to it. You have no idea what my child has become right now. Although I've lost my identity as a human, it's nothing compared to the power I've obtained. You're my flesh and blood. Even if you've been reduced to bones, you still belong to me. You'll return to my side one day. If we work together, the Green Province will be ours. In the boundless hungry ghost realm, the death of a corpse king could only be regarded as a tiny ripple. It could not kick up much of a fuss. It would settle down very soon. However, the appearance of the white flames kicked up a ripple that rapidly extended into the distance. After who knew how long, a strand of black smoke shot through the gloomy sky, flying off into the distance. A mountain range that stretched several hundred kilometers lay on the horizon like a colossal beast. Only when they approached it did they discover that it was not a mountain range, but a true colossal beast. More accurately, it was the skeleton of a colossal beast. It was impossible to imagine just how powerful and terrifying it had been when it was still alive. Numerous malevolent bone spikes of various sizes pointed to the sky like lone peaks. In particular, the single horn on the colossal beast's skull was unreachable. Figures stood at the top of the lone peak, all of different sizes and appearances, but their auras were all equally powerful, even more powerful than the Corpse King's. They were currently discussing and communicating with one another. What's happened? Why have you summoned us in such a hurry? Some were confused. What? The legendary white sacred flame has appeared. Some were surprised and doubtful. That's just a legend. The colors of flames have always come in all shapes and sizes. It's impossible for them to be too powerful in the Great Thousand Worlds, so why would they come to destroy the hungry ghost realm? It's just a corpse king. If it's dead, then it's dead. Why have you summoned us over something so trivial? There were even some who felt disdain. Cough, cough, shut up. Do you want me to eat all of you for making so much noise? A stooped figure walked up to the giant horn with the help of a walking stick. His entire body was wrapped in strips of white cloth, and he carried a few large flags on his back with evil beasts drawn on them. His first sentence was as deep as an old man's, but his second sentence was like the colossal beast beneath his feet had come to life. It roared and roared, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. All the ghouls quietened down and hurriedly bowed to him. He raised his walking stick and ordered, "Open the gate of hungry ghosts as soon as possible and enter that world." His voice became deep again. Cough, cough, only the young and weak would ignore the legends. The ghouls did not dare to be negligent, and they all came up with a plan. The Great Thousand Worlds have their own rules. If we force our way in, we'll be suppressed by that world. It'll be extremely disadvantageous. Even if the gate of hungry ghosts is open, we won't be able to enter. However, there seems to be a sect called the Black Moon sect in that world. They have close ties with the hungry ghost realm, so we can make a deal with them. If we use the ghouls from that world, we'll be suppressed a little less. He said, search for ghouls from that world. It doesn't matter if they're weak, I can slowly feed them. Contact the Black Moon sect and give them what they need. I can even support them and let them become the rulers of that world. The condition is that the master of the flame must be killed. Chapter 562. In the great general's estate of the commandery city of Rui, paper money scattered through the air. White curtains swept across 5 kilometers. In the morning hall, there was an empty coffin. The descendants of the Han family below all wore mourning clothes, kneeling on the ground. However, they donned tough armor under their clothes. The incense burned quietly. There was not a single cry. Only the endless sound of autumn rain could be heard outside. Outside the morning hall, armored soldiers stood in formation with weapons in their hands. The rain fell on the cold armor, and everyone's face was filled with sorrow. The Marquis of Rui's funeral was held at the same time. The entire commandery city of Rui was enveloped in a gloomy atmosphere. Commander Gu has arrived. The herald reported, and the armored soldiers raised their weapons together. The clanging of armor was thunderous. Gu Yenying walked past them and entered the morning hall. She bowed and offered incense before turning around and leaving without saying anything else. She glanced past the descendants of the Han family below and saw Han Qiongji among them too. She glanced past her and flew out the door. She directly broke through the clouds and drifted down gently like a feather, lying among the white clouds. She rested her head on her arm and closed her eyes, crossing her legs leisurely and taking a slight nap. After lying there for a while, she furrowed her brows and shifted to lying on her side again. She flipped around and lay on the cloud again, tossing and turning before returning to lying flat on her back. She recited slowly, life is fleeting, death is fleeting, sleep without dreams, feel free from sorrow, sorrow, and joy. Virtue is evil. Joy and anger are the faults of the way. Love and hate are the faults of virtue. Her voice gradually faded away, and she fell into a deep sleep. Han Qiongji was heavily filial. Her eyes were bloodshot and filled with tears. When she thought of her uncle's voice and smile when he was still alive, his love and concern for her, her heart twisted into a ball. She dug her fingers into the cracks of the bricks, but she was afraid to cry aloud. This was the rule of the Han family. They could not shed tears of weakness. Women and children who could not do this would all be expelled. They were not worthy of kneeling in the morning hall. Han Anjuan stood up and said, "Put away your tears. Brother's heroic soul has not been extinguished. He has already gone to the final destination of all military disciples. He will continue to fight in the Azura realm. What is there to cry about?" He let out a long sigh, turned around, and lit another incense stick. However, he was worried in his heart. He had died in battle against the hungry ghost realm. If he had fallen into the hungry ghost realm, it would be terrible. Han Qiongji said in her mind, "Qing Shan, where are you? Did you get my letter? I really want to see you. The moon devil is here." The 100 schools of thought were in a state of panic. Hua Qingzan was currently in secluded cultivation. He rushed out when he heard the disturbance and saw the huge waves on the lake of dragons and snakes surge into the air. A colossal figure strode across the lake with heavy footsteps, passing through the thick mist and making his way towards the 100 schools of thought. A pair of curved horns were like a pair of crescent moons, and a pair of scarlet eyes flickered like charcoal. Just by standing there was a heavy pressure. Sure enough, he was still alive. Lu Changqing had yet to recover from the grief of losing his beloved disciple. Standing on the tall building on Contention Island, he lamented at the sky, "Why is my Clear River Prefecture plagued with so many disasters?" The other cultivators were ashen too. They only hoped that the formation of dragons and snakes could stop the moon devil. Not only was the thick mist around the 100 schools of thought like a mist that mortals could enter, but it could even form a powerful mist beast. Even Foundation establishment cultivators would suffer. Li Qingshan recalled that when he first joined the 100 schools of thought, he had once seen this bastard's figure. Back then, the strange fish seemed so huge and filled with a terrifying aura. He casually grabbed the strange fish like he was grabbing a puppy. No matter how the strange fish struggled, it could not break free. Then, he tightened his grip. The monster dispersed into mist before condensing again, turning into a long snake that coiled over. Li Qingshan shuddered and unleashed the power of tremors. The surrounding lake of dragons and snakes seemed to be torn to pieces, surging and surging violently. The snake dispersed, unable to condense again. Even the mist that lingered around the academy all year round began to disperse gradually. He arrived before the formation of dragons and snakes and said with a metallic voice, "Activate the formation. I'll leave after refining the lake of dragons and snakes." That's impossible, unless you dash." Before Lu Changqing could finish, Li Qingshan threw a punch. Boom! In the sky, rings of light surged into the surroundings with Li Qingshan's fist at the center. The spiritual veins on the various islands spat with light, supporting the formation of dragons and snakes. They resisted Li Qingshan's terrifying power as they constantly twisted. That's impossible. Lu Changqing's eyes widened, filled with fear. After the White Lotus sect invaded, the 100 schools of thought reinforced the formation of dragons and snakes. How could it be suppressed to such an extent by brute force? Boom! A crack appeared on the formation of dragons and snakes. Lu Changqing was completely speechless. He could not help but swallow the thought of what would happen to him if the Moon Devil destroyed the formation of dragons and snakes. He spat. Wait, shut up. I can open the formation as long as you promise not to harm the disciples of the 100 schools. Bang 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 bang. Li Qingshan did not listen to him at all. He threw a series of punches, and the crack continued to expand. The entire formation of dragons and snakes collapsed. I can't shatter the void, but I can't shatter this little formation of yours. Li Qingshan strode towards Contention Island and glanced at Cloudwisp Island. With his sharp eyes, he could see the strangeness of the withered trees with a single glance. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was truly a genius. He resisted the urge to throw a punch and turned around. He bent over and moved his face close to the tall building. He asked Lu Changqing, "What else do you have to say?" Lu Changqing shook his head. Li Qingshan had left after refining the lake of dragons and snakes. He had not even had the time to open the 100 treasures pouches of the golden core cultivators. There was really nothing in the 100 schools of thought that could interest him. However, it was still not enough. If he wanted to suppress the bull devil, he needed more water. Li Qingshan cast his gaze towards the end of the clear river. Piss off, North Moon. We've already crossed into Lotha's territory. Above the lake where the clear river surged into, Li Qingshan constantly devoured and refined the water. A bald, naked man leapt out from the lake. He was burly, standing over 3 meters tall. His muscles were knotted, making him as sturdy as a bodybuilder. Demon chi surged around him, matching Helicoverpa Rosa's. He was actually a demon commander. Li Qingshan had never thought that the person who stopped his plan to refine the water would not be a human, but a demon, and a powerful demon commander at that. Under the territory of the Rui Commandery, Helicoverpa Rosa was obviously not the only demon commander. Otherwise, with so many golden core cultivators in the Rui Commandery, they would have surrounded and killed Helicoverpa Rosa a long time ago. Although the strength of demons paled in comparison to humans, the difference was limited. Helicoverpa Rosa's territory was basically under the 1,500 kilometers of Clear River Prefecture. The special characteristic of her underground territory was that it was not particularly large, but it was extremely deep. It was equivalent to over 10 Clear River prefectures. Below the other territories obviously existed other demon commanders, and there were also more than 10 of them. In reality, due to Helicoverpa Rose's identity as a carapace demon general, her body was much tougher than regular demon commanders. Her 3 innate abilities combined offense and defense, without any openings, pushed her battle prowess to the limit, so her territory was relatively large. "You recognize me?" Li Qingshan asked in confusion. "You're the strongest demon general under Lotha's command. I've obviously heard about you before, but no matter how powerful a demon general is, you're still a demon general. It's not too late to piss off right now, or I'll teach you a proper lesson so that you understand your identity." Chapter 563. Drizzling, Li Qingshan gazed at the swamp that was even larger than Mooncourt Lake in the distance. The water reflected the dark clouds in the sky. Although it was a little shallower overall, it was vast. If he could refine it, he would probably benefit even more than the water of the clear river. Perhaps he would be able to accumulate enough power to suppress the ox demon. "This swamp is your territory?" Li Qingshan looked away and looked at the burly demon general. He refused to believe that there was a demon commander bold enough to move about on the surface under the Treaty of Kings. The Rui Commandery was adjacent to the Dragon Province, a central region under the rule of the Great Xia Empire. It was not some remote place like the Mist Province. "Piss off!" the burly demon commander bellowed out. He did not explain at all. A mere demon general was actually questioning him. At the same time, he opened his mouth to an unbelievable degree and spat out a half-transparent bubble. As he flew through the air, it elongated into an oval shape and flew towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan raised his hand and spread his fingers, grabbing the bubble. He felt a tremendous force from his palm, which actually ached slightly. "You really are a demon commander after all. You're quite something." "That's impossible." The demon commander's eyes immediately bulged out. The bubble was one of his innate abilities. It was extremely powerful, such that even demon commanders would not dare to take it head-on, yet the North Moon had blocked it with a single hand. It surprised Li Qingshan instead. "Don't make it as exaggerated as a character from a cartoon." The demon commander had no idea what he was talking about. The bubble whistled, but it was unable to advance any further. He suddenly smiled viciously, and the bubble twisted violently. Li Qingshan sensed an explosive energy within it. Right when it was about to erupt, Li Qingshan suppressed it with the spirit turtle before tossing it behind him casually. Boom! With a great rumble, a huge pit appeared in the swamp. The fierce wind surged like a typhoon, and the mud was thrown into the air like bullets. A large tree was riddled with holes before being uprooted by the fierce wind, flying into the sky and brushing past Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan clapped his hands and continued the topic just now. "Since this territory isn't yours, it's mine now. Please scram. I've changed my mind. You stay here and let Lorsi give you a piece of territory as ransom." The demon commander was immediately enraged. He kicked off the ground and charged towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan remained as ordinary as ever. He raised a hand. The demon commander opened his mouth wide and spat out several bubbles. However, they followed different trajectories as they flew randomly in the air. Li Qingshan was surrounded by these bubbles all around him. He was surrounded. Boom 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 boom. The bubbles exploded at the same time, and the demon commander charged into the center of the explosion with a sinister smile. However, the figure still maintained his original posture, his arm forward, his scarlet hair flying in the wind, although there were some wounds on his body. However, that was nothing to a monster with a strong physique. After breaking through to the 5th layer of the ox demon, his ox hide was indeed much tougher than before apart from his innate abilities. For the first time, it surpassed the spirit turtle's profound shell and became his strongest defense. The demon commander's eyes suddenly bulged out. He felt like the battle was extremely bad. He wanted to stop, but the scarlet figure arrived before him with a flash, only inches away. A hand pressed down on his large, bald head, and a terrifying, irresistible force appeared on his head. I told you not to act like you're in a cartoon. What if you make me laugh during the battle and ruin the atmosphere? Li Qingshan roared. He grabbed the demon commander's large, bald head and spun him around in the air 3 times before swinging him towards the ground. With a boom, the demon commander sank deep into the swamp. The swamp suddenly bulged. Something seemed to constantly expand beneath the swamp, reaching the size of a hill. A pair of eyes the size of ponds bulged out, pushing through the mud. It opened its huge, fissure-like mouth and produced a thunderous rumble. Croak. Li Qingshan exhaled. So I've misunderstood you. Amidst the scattered drizzle, a small village lay quietly in the valley. The chaotic sound of horse hooves broke the silence. A group of bandits came to the valley. Only the one-eyed rider pulled out his sword and pointed it at the village. Brothers, do you want to do this? Yes. 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 The bandits called out together. Steal money, steal food, steal women. We'll kill anyone who gets in our way. The bandit leader called out as his horse raised its hooves high into the air. Kill them all. Kill them all. At this moment, there was a rustling in the bushes. The bandit leader's ears twitched, and he called out, "Who's there?" With a wave of his hand, a metal caltrop flew out. He was also a master of the Jianghu. Clang! The caltrop seemed to strike something, flying back. The bandits swarmed over and swung their blades wildly. The bushes collapsed, but there was no one there. What's this? It seems to be a letter. A short bandit lay on the ground. He blinked his eyes and saw a letter lying on the grass. He didn't know what kind of paper it was made of, but it didn't get wet despite being wet. On it were the words, "For Qingshan." He reached out his hand to pick it up. The letter moved very quickly. Just now, the bandits saw that there was something under the letter. A skeleton the size of an index finger carried the letter. It looked rather ferocious, but it was so small that it didn't look scary. What is this strange thing? The bandits cried out. It might be a treasure. Catch it. The bandit leader ordered. Whoosh! The skeleton turned into a white light and disappeared. The short bandit suddenly froze, a bloody hole appearing on his forehead. What spurted out wasn't blood or brain matter, but white flames. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The white light passed through the bushes, and the bandits were all stunned. Amidst the neighing of the horses, the bandit leader pulled on the reins and retreated, waving the blade in his hand wildly. But the little skeleton stood still in front of him. This lowly one has offended the High Immortal. I deserve to die 1,000 times. Please forgive me, High Immortal. The bandit leader fell off his horse and knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. The skeleton swelled up, turning into a skeleton demon dozens of feet tall. It cackled strangely as it grabbed the bandit in its hand. It didn't use the samadhi flames of white bone to refine him, but instead stuffed him into its mouth and chewed on him. Blood splattered everywhere. Ah! The scream alarmed the small village in the Colonel Thump. The skeleton demon, who was eating heartily, tilted its head and fell heavily to the ground. It was as if an invisible hand had forcefully flicked its head. The skeleton demon crawled to its feet, its head spinning a few times. Its body rapidly shrank, returning to the size of an index finger. Carrying the letter, it burrowed into the bushes. Little Anne tapped her thumb and middle finger together gently. Her hand was like a lotus flower as she sat in the main hall of the Ansrava temple, gazing up at the Buddha statue and listening to the chimes of the bell quietly. One of the shiny, white prayer beads on her wrist hidden under her sleeve was missing. Once she was too far away, it would take even more effort to control the skull prayer beads. However, with the skeleton demon's strength, sending a letter was no problem. After recovering her past memories, her mind had become even sharper, especially when it came to the ways of the world. She understood a lot more, but she also gained a lot of distracting thoughts and worries. In terms of comprehension alone, she was not as good as the original Little Anne. Although she was muddle-headed, the purity of her thoughts surpassed her cleverness and cunning. She wanted to purge this cleverness and cunning before the Buddha, solidifying her resolve to destroy the Buddha. She did not want to be her original self anymore. She wanted to forget her past name. She only wanted to be his Little Anne. However, the second layer of the path of white bone and great beauty was still lacking something. It was difficult for her to break through. She could only comprehend the Buddhist Dharma that was even more profound. Little Anne murmured to herself, the Chan monastery of Devanaga. A colossal bullfrog flipped over and laid on the swamp. Its white belly faced the sky, like a lone island in the boundless swamp. Li Qingshan laid on the lone island, basking in the sun and slowly recovering his demon chi. The bullfrog demon commander was slightly weaker than the spider queen, but it possessed an innate ability that could reflect external forces. Dealing with it was quite troublesome. The underbrush rustled, and the skeleton demon leapt out, flying over. Li Qingshan swept his messy, scarlet hair behind him and accepted the letter from the skeleton demon. He recognized it as soon as he saw the words. Qiongji. He immediately opened it and read it carefully. His expression gradually grew heavy. It was not a long letter, but it was written intermittently. There were traces of tears on it. He read the last sentence. Qingshan, I really want to see you. Li Qingshan was taken aback for a while. He felt rather apologetic inside. He had underestimated the status Uncle Han held in Han Qiongji's heart. His parents had passed away when he was young, and he had grown up alone. He had never experienced the so-called familial love from his elder brother and sister-in-law, so he had unavoidably underestimated the word. He stood up and recalled her tearful and sorrowful face. He was tempted to see his current state immediately. All he could do was let out a long sigh. Right now, he could not even suppress his demon chi. Thinking up to there, he suddenly made up his mind. His gaze became determined. The skeleton demon circled around the colossal bullfrog. The flames in its eye sockets shone brightly. It was very interested in such a large pile of quality flesh and blood. Finally, it could not hold back anymore. It grew to several meters tall and bit down viciously. Croak! The bullfrog let out a miserable shriek and leapt several dozen meters into the air, fleeing into the distance in fear. The skeleton demon was about to pursue it when Li Qingshan grabbed its neck and shoved the letter into its hand. He gazed at the horizon and said to himself, I'll be there as soon as possible. Wait for me. In the Umbraline sect, the Dark Queen took out the captured soul. She turned a deaf ear to the pleas and curses of the Marquis of Rui and the others. They would be able to enjoy it themselves later. This was probably the misfortune of cultivators. If mortals died, their souls would naturally return to samsara, which instead made them almost immortal. Cultivators seemed to have long lifespans, but unless they died of old age, once they were killed in battle, their souls would not necessarily have the opportunity to reincarnate. The higher their cultivation was, the higher the cultivation of the cultivator who killed them. Their souls basically struggled to escape the fate of being captured and killed. That was the so-called annihilation of the soul and doom. The Dark Queen was mildly surprised and discovered one was missing. She rubbed her forehead and remembered the final spear strike. Did you let his soul escape? Chapter 564. Back then, the Dark Queen had placed all of her attention on Little Anne, so she failed to notice this. Although Han Ongwa's final attempt with everything he had failed to defeat the Dark Queen, his soul managed to escape, avoiding the fate of sinking into the myriad ghost banner. If his soul remained in the world of the 9 provinces, then it would be a troublesome matter. However, in that sealed region, his soul can only go to the 6 realms of Sasra. Has he been sucked into the hungry ghost realm, or is he being judged by the hell realm? No, with his mental fortitude and talent, he's probably been taken into the Azura realm. Although the school of the military had a method to connect with the Azura realm was boundless. Finding a newborn Azura was impossible, so there was nothing to worry about. She made up her mind and began torturing and interrogating the souls of the Marquis of Rui and the others, obtaining the 3rd chapter of their cultivation method. Although it was useless to her, she could offer it up to the Umbraline sect in exchange for resources. To a sect, this was an indispensable accumulation. Sunlight shone through the window, shining into the gloomy hall. Han Qiongji stood by the window and finished reading the reply. She struggled to hide her disappointment. In the end, he did not even give an exact time. He only said he would hurry over as soon as possible. Qiongji, we're setting off. Han Anjuan walked into the hall. The funeral had already been completed. Today was the day of the burial. Han Qiongji asked, Father, is cultivation the most important? Han Anjuan said, otherwise, why are we called cultivators? Great chaos is about to descend. If you don't have strength, you won't even be able to protect your own life, just like your uncle. He didn't do anything wrong. As a father, I don't like how he treats my daughter, but as a fellow cultivator, I can't help but agree with him. Han Qiongji shook her head gently and said bitterly, I understand. That's why women will always be in the minority when it comes to cultivation. Men are so cold. It's not that he's cold. It's just that his greatest passion isn't in love. He's enveloped in a layer of mist, such that even I can't see through him. However, his ambitions are anything but small. If you really want to become his partner, all you can do is try to understand his path. If you can become the 3rd chapter and become a fellow cultivator, that would be for the best. If you can't, don't force yourself. Han Qiongji was stunned when she heard this. Even though they'd had skin-to-skin contact countless times, if she were to ask him what his Tao was, she would still be at a loss. Now that she thought about it, how could she ever see through this layer of fog around him? In the drizzle, the army moved forward to send off Han Anghua. He was buried in the Han family's ancestral grave and a cenotaph was erected. Outside the cenotaph was a row of simple houses, where all blood relatives had to keep vigil for 100 days. Han Qiongji chose a house and walked in. She looked back at the horizon and said, I will wait for you. I will understand your Tao. Light flowed on the water god's seal. Another large swamp was added to it, making it even more resplendent. The water god's seal drained away all the water spiritual qi that the swamp had accumulated for 1,000 years, pouring it into the spirit turtle's demon core endlessly. The spirit turtle's demon core was like a whale sucking in water, absorbing all the spiritual qi without holding back at all. However, it still seemed like it wanted more, showing no signs of breaking through to the 5th layer. Li Qingshan exhaled deeply. The spirit turtle transformation was the foundation that determined his cultivation. It had always been more resource-intensive than the ox demon and tiger demon. However, he had never thought breaking through to the 5th layer would actually be so difficult. But from another perspective, this was instead a good thing. The more he accumulated, the greater the benefits he would receive from breaking through. Right now, the quality of his demon chi was already on par with demon commanders, but it was still lacking in quantity. If he broke through to the 5th layer of the spirit turtle, the quality of his demon chi would completely surpass that of regular demon commanders. He would even have the confidence to speak to those kings. Li Qingshan continued on his way. What awaited him was obviously endless battles. Demon commanders were all extremely territorial. Not a single one of them could be resolved through words. However, not a single demon commander was his opponent either. No matter how powerful or ingenious their innate abilities were, Li Qingshan would defeat them with strength. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Autumn passed and winter came. Snow filled the sky. A great, ice-sealed river meandered over from the horizon. Under the layer of ice, the river water surged away. A scarlet-haired man ignored the frigid weather, traversing the layer of ice. Wherever he passed by, the ice would shatter with a rumble. The slumbering river was like an awakened dragon, rolling about as he stood on the dragon's head. Li Qingshan glanced at the snow in the sky and let out a white breath. Then he gazed ahead. The river that was no smaller than the clear river had finally reached its end. He was about to refine it completely. Including this one, he had refined 4 great rivers and 8 great lakes. The rivers and lakes here were all on the same level as the Clear River and Moon Court Lake. There were countless other bodies of water too. This place was already far away from the Clear River Prefecture. He had basically traversed the entire Rui Commandery with the meandering river. The spirit turtle's demon core finally showed signs of being full. The 4th layer of the spirit turtle was finally about to be pushed to the peak. The quality of his demon chi had already reached, or even surpassed, the level of demon commanders. However, a new worry appeared. As the spirit turtle grew stronger, the pressure that the phoenix endured gradually increased too. Even when it used the phoenix wings, it would become sluggish. Once it really broke through to the 5th layer of the spirit turtle, the balance that it barely maintained would probably be destroyed. By then, the spirit turtle would probably completely suppress the phoenix and expel this heretical power. By then, practicing the phoenix's scripture of Nerva would become even more difficult. There was a hint of exhaustion on his face. The water god's seal could recover demon chi, and the strength of the earth could recover strength. However, he was constantly fighting, refining the bodies of water, and then fighting again. In order to meet up with Han Qiongji, he made every second count. He could not relax at all. Li Qingshan frowned and thought for a while before deciding to continue onwards. He would refine the river first. Right when he was about to refine the river, he suddenly failed. Li Qingshan turned around and looked in the direction that the river had come from. Someone's causing trouble upstream. That's strange. I've already defeated the demon commander in this territory, so who's stopping me? Don't tell me the humans have finally reacted and sent someone over. He flapped his phoenix wings and took off, arriving upstream very soon. His expression changed. It's you. The person who had destroyed his refinement was the bullfrog demon commander he had defeated first. It currently opened its mouth and looked at him with a mocking gaze. How bold of you. This isn't your territory, so why have you come here? Come out. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. The spirit turtle actually sensed a hint of danger. Coupled with the bullfrog demon commander's arrogant attitude, he immediately understood what was going on and called out. The mist in the air twisted, and demon commanders appeared one by one. Li Qingshan was very familiar with this move. It was the innate ability of a demon commander he had defeated a month ago. In order to deal with him, the demon commander had gone to quite the effort. Looking at the demon commanders that had appeared, sure enough, there were quite a few familiar faces. Li Qingshan glanced past them. There were a total of 13 demon commanders, both those he had defeated and those he had never seen before. Most of the demon commanders in the Rui Commandery had appeared here. They all stared at Li Qingshan covetously. Powerful demon chi surged into the air. They had come with ill intentions. The bullfrog demon commander let out a strange croak. What do you think, North Moon? Are you afraid now? Hand over your water god's seal and kowtow to all of us as an apology, and we'll spare your life. You're bold enough to kill me. Li Qingshan frowned. The demon commanders all occupied their own territories. Rarely would they work together like this. And, there were a few demon commanders he had never seen before. They had not even fallen out with one another, yet they had come to attack him. You've offended your superiors and trespassed on our territory. Even if we kill you, Sir Dragon King won't blame us, said the bullfrog demon commander viciously. The law did not punish the masses. It was impossible for the Dragon King of the Sea to punish them for a dead North Moon. I've defeated you and spared your life, yet you're still shameless enough to attack me? Battles over territory among demons had their own set of rules. A defeat was a defeat. This was why Li Qingshan had never gotten Little N to help out in battle. It was to prevent defeated demon commanders from refusing to accept defeat and pester him endlessly. Their actions were a little against the rules. And, apart from water-type demon commanders, the rivers and lakes on the surface were not particularly important. They could not even be regarded as their territory, so there was no need for them to go to war. There were just far too many strange aspects to this. Cut the bullfrog. The bullfrog demon commander let out a strange roar and reverted to his original form, crouching on the ground like a mountain. He opened his mouth and spat out a huge bubble. Come! The exhaustion in Li Qingshan's eyes vanished, replaced by a blazing light. In an instant, over 10 divine abilities attacked him, filling his vision. Some were direct attacks, while others were used to trap and disturb the enemy. It was too much for the eye to take in, let alone dodge. Light illuminated the sky as air currents surged violently. Even if it was a demon commander, only death awaited them if they were sucked into it. Li Qingshan spread his arms and hammered the air. With him as the center, black shockwaves radiated outwards. Black cracks spread out like a spider's web, shattering countless divine abilities. The phoenix spread its wings. Wind and fire burned and danced. With a streak of fiery light, it broke out of the encirclement. Don't let him escape, roared a demon commander. Escape? Humph. Li Qingshan flapped his wings and instantly approached the demon commander closest to him. He used the tiger demon digs out the heart that he had not used in a long time. When the demon commander assumed human form, he was a stocky, dark-skinned man. 2 sharp fangs protruded from his mouth as he lunged at Li Qingshan. He was a wild boar demon. He did not take Li Qingshan's attack seriously at all. One of his innate divine abilities was his thick skin. In terms of defense, he was even stronger than Helicoverpa rosa. With a clang, the horns on Li Qingshan's head extended and blocked the fangs. His slender, fair hand was covered in black cracks. He pierced through the wild boar demon's skin and dug out a bloody heart. He stuffed it into his mouth and chewed a few times before swallowing. Chapter 565. All the demon commanders who had fought against Li Qingshan in the past were filled with disbelief. He had become stronger, much stronger than when he fought against them. Text/text over the past 2 months, Li Qingshan constantly refined water. As he pushed the 4th layer of the spirit turtle to the limits, he gradually unleashed the true power of the 5th layer of the ox demon bit by bit. With every step forward, he became stronger. The wild boar shrieked, "If you kill me, the Dragon King will never spare you." "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Li Qingshan's hands slid down and grabbed his wrists. He planted a foot on his chest and pulled hard. With a ripping sound, the 2 thick arms of the wild boar were forcefully ripped off. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The wild boar shrieked and fell down. Li Qingshan lunged over and grabbed the backs of his legs. He planted a foot between his legs and pulled hard again, ripping off his legs at the base as well. The wild boar's limbs were all severed, but Li Qingshan did not let him go. His fist turned into a claw and dug into his abdomen, pulling out a bloody clump of organs. Only then did he stomp on his head. His brain splattered as he flew up. The power of tremors erupted, and the wild boar's body crackled like firecrackers. Up until now, the wild boar's bones had been shattered, his limbs had been severed, and his organs had been hollowed out. He only had a sliver of life left in him. He only managed to survive thanks to his powerful life force as a demon commander. Piss off and cultivate for another century. Even for demon commanders, unless they possessed innate healing abilities, it would not be easy for them to recover from such severe wounds. Li Qingshan could vaguely guess who had set this up for him. If he killed any of the demon commanders here, he would definitely be charged with the crime of murdering his own clansmen. Due to the difference in relationship, it was impossible to distinguish between them. By then, the Dragon King of the Sea would not even have to do anything. All he had to do was chase him away. Probably even the Master of the Sword Collection Palace or the Lord of the Green Province would not mind spending some time to kill a wretched demon that posed a threat to them. Of course, Li Qingshan would not fall for this trick. I won't kill you, but I can cripple you. I'll use the cruelest methods to let you experience the consequences of opposing me with your bodies. Faced with such a horrific sight, the demon commanders were all tempted to retreat. However, when they thought of that person's orders, none of them dared to run away. Everyone, let's attack together. His demonic aura won't last long. Intense explosions and roars resounded like thunder, shaking everything within 1,000 li. Bright lights shot out, strong winds swept, and fresh blood splattered. Li Qingshan's demon chi was indeed limited. This was not within the region of water he controlled, so the water god seal was useless. After defeating 6 demon commanders consecutively, his demon chi was almost completely depleted. However, under the effect of the divine earth power, his power wouldn't be exhausted. He changed back to his original form, only relying on his cowhide to block the attacks, using the most primitive power to fight. Any demon commander that ended up in his hands could forget about escaping. They would be torn to pieces. Blood poured down like a torrential downpour, dyeing the glacier red. Li Qingshan was bathed in blood. His scarlet hair danced in the wind as he fought madly. The glacier beneath his feet shattered. In a daze, he heard a mad laughter that resembled a tiger's roar soaring into the sky. He suddenly realized that it was his own laughter, so he laughed even more violently. Ha 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 ha. What do you mean we're of the same race? Isn't it just endless fighting? Who cares if they're demons or humans? I'm my own race. I won't ally with anyone. Everyone who stands in my way is my enemy. I'll use my hands to rip apart all who stand in my way. The demon commanders were utterly terrified. As long as they could still move, they no longer cared about anyone's orders and fled in all directions. The bullfrog demon commander reverted to his original form. With a push of his legs, he traversed 100 li. An iron hoof descended from the sky, stomping him into the ground. The bullfrog demon commander struggled desperately. He twisted his head and spat out bubbles. Boom! 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 Small mountains were sent flying and craters were blasted open. Li Qingshan pressed down on his head with one hand, pressing it into the soil. The iron hoof slowly dug into his skin. With a crack, the bullfrog demon commander's spine was forcefully crushed. He sprawled on the ground. Do you know how I roasted frogs when I was young? Li Qingshan asked. Before he could answer, the huge, black claw directly plunged into his mouth, grabbing a ball of softness and pulling it out randomly. Sir Mou, save me. Li Qingshan sensed danger. A black shadow enveloped him in the sky. He looked back and laughed madly. Mou, you've finally run out of patience and want to take action? North Moon, you've abused your own clansmen. Do you know the punishment for that? Mou unfurled his black wings and descended from the sky with a deathly expression. The face of the powerful and arrogant demon prince of the Green Province became even paler. Just as Li Qingshan had guessed, Mou had arranged all of this, but it was no longer just because of jealousy. He felt a great threat from North Moon. Not only did he cultivate startlingly quickly, but he was only a demon general, but he could dominate the demon commanders of the Rui Commandery. If he continued to refine bodies of water and became a demon commander, probably even he would not be able to keep him at bay. This also had to do with the struggle for the throne of the Green Province's demon king. As a demon, you can say something so hypocritical. How disgusting. If you don't like me, then come and kill me. Li Qingshan stood on the bullfrog demon commander and raised his arm, spreading his fingers. Mou stood in the sky and stared into Li Qingshan's eyes. Li Qingshan met his gaze without holding back. All he saw was black feathers drifting down from the sky, leaving behind black trails. Li Qingshan dared not be careless. Since Mou could become the demon prince of the Green Province, his strength definitely surpassed regular demon commanders. He would not be surprised at all if he possessed the ability to contend against regular demon kings. He was ready to strike, waiting to launch an attack at any time. However, the feathers did not fly over and attack him. They simply drifted through the air like the entire sky had been dyed black, filled with an ominous feeling. The vegetation on the ground immediately died, losing all signs of life. However, they still maintained the illusion of verdure. Only after a few years would they completely wither away. The wild rabbits hibernating underground would never wake up again. Li Qingshan suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness. He clearly possessed endless strength, but he felt like he could not support his body in that moment. With a boom, he dropped to one knee as if his soul had been separated from his body. His heart slowed down, and his breathing gradually stopped. His brain stopped thinking too. This was the smell of death. Gaze of death. This was one of Mou's innate abilities. He could directly bypass all of his opponent's defenses and extinguish their flames of life. Those he killed would all be completely unscathed, as if they had suddenly died of their own accord. You're actually foolish enough to meet my gaze. I'll kill you right here and then apologize to the king. Although demons had an ironclad rule that forbade them from killing one another, and anyone who broke it would be severely punished, rules and laws had always been used to restrain the weak. Suddenly, there was a cry that went from weak to high-pitched. Its beauty was indescribable with words. The phoenix's wings suddenly unfurled several dozen meters wide. Under the threat of death, the phoenix that had become rather haggard from the spirit turtle's suppression burst forth with the dazzling flames of life. The sky full of feathers vanished together. As it turned out, it was just an illusion. Mou was mildly surprised. He had never seen a demon general that could struggle against his gaze of death. The North Moon's body contained a powerful life force that was endless. However, do you really think you can avoid your inevitable death like this? Mou's black pupils flowed like liquid, filling his eyeballs. In the blink of an eye, there was no longer any white left in Mou's eyes. They were filled with a terrifying and strange aura. The blazing flames of life immediately dimmed, as if they were covered by a black veil. They were suppressed and extinguished. Black feathers fluttered in the air, like a black snowstorm. This was a struggle between life and death, a battle between the phoenix and the crow. Although the phoenix was a divine bird, it was still too young and weak. It was instead weaker than the crow in terms of strength. Please stop, the two of you. A voice rang out. With a flash, Gu Yenying stood between Mou and Li Qingshan, cutting off their line of sight and their confrontation. Yenying, move aside, Mou said with a frown. Gu Yenying raised her hand, and a round ink dragon talisman descended. The ink dragon talisman that seemed to be coiled by an ink dragon suddenly came to life. It opened its eyes and glanced at Li Qingshan first. Li Qingshan felt an intense pressure. That was the dignity of a king. Then, it looked at Mou. Stop before you go too far. It was unknown who he was talking about, but the boss of the Green Province demons had said that they should stop before they went too far. Whether it was Li Qingshan or Mou, they could only stop fighting. You'll die. The corner of Mou's lips curled up, revealing a strange, masked smile. Then, he let out a strange, shrill call like a crow. Caw! The demon qi in his body decreased sharply. Li Qingshan felt a chill run through his body, but he did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Mou saw how Li Qingshan was fine and frowned again. He unfurled his black feather clothes and vanished into the twisted, collapsing darkness. Gu Yenying stowed the ink dragon talisman away and yawned. She said through her soul sense, "Oi, I'm the White Hawk commander of the Rui Commandery after all. It's time for you to run." What did he do to me? The Deathbringer curse. That's his most terrifying innate ability. It can reduce the lifespan of the target according to their strength and race. That caw earlier should have reduced your lifespan by 100 years at the very least, but looks like your lifespan is very long. Li Qingshan was stunned. Mou's ability really was strange and powerful. If it was a demon, then so be it, but if it were a human cultivator, having 100 years of their lifespan deducted was basically even more terrifying than being stabbed 10 times. In particular, some elderly cultivators would probably lose their lives on the spot. However, as it seemed, Mou had to pay a price for using this move. He could not use it consecutively, or he would be invincible if he cried out as soon as he saw people. This extremely terrifying innate ability was not particularly effective against Li Qingshan. As the saying went, 1,000-year tortoise, a 10,000-year tortoise. Even he had no idea how long the lifespan of a spirit turtle that was close to a god was, while the phoenix was a symbol of eternal life. However, having 100 years of his lifespan deducted for no reason still left Li Qingshan extremely displeased. He asked again, "How do I remove the curse?" "It's very simple. Kill him. If it weren't for you, I would have been able to kill him," Li Qingshan said, but he also knew that just the innate ability Mou had used when he left made him very difficult to kill. Chapter 566. Alright, alright, alright. Li Qingshan unfurled his wings of wind and fire and vanished into the horizon as a streak of light. Gu Yenying shielded her eyes with her hand. He sure was fast. "Big sis, are we just going to let the moon devil go like this and let him continue refining the water system?" A young girl flew over from the sky. She had thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a bright expression. If it were not for the bulge in her chest, she would have been mistaken for a boy at first glance. She wore the uniform of the White Wolf commander of the Hawk Wolf Guard. She was only second to Gu Yenying in the Hawk Wolf Guard of the Rui Commandery. Or what? Gu Yenying shot a glance at her. "Call me commander. Big sis, you can't go easy on him just because he's interested in you. Otherwise, wouldn't all the men in the world be unkillable? Don't tell me you're actually interested in him, to the point where you've specially helped him out." Gu Yenying pinched the young girl's chin and brought her face closer. "Don't tell me you're jealous. Even without me, he wouldn't have died here." "I don't believe you." The young girl blushed and shook her head. "His powerful reinforcements will arrive very soon. If we keep this up until the child arrives, Mou really might be in some danger." Gu Yenying released the young girl. "That powerful? If you're done playing around, then go back to the Dragon Province. The Green Province is becoming more and more chaotic. Once you become embroiled in a battle like the one just now, even you'll be in danger. Big sis, stop trying to coax me. I'm not going back. My royal brothers and sisters have already fought tooth and nail for the position of Marquis of Rui. You can see that the Rui Commandery is a great place that everyone wants to come to." The young girl was serious. It was difficult to tell whether she was acting coquettishly or ignorant. "I've come to be a marquis, not to be a follower like you." "What's wrong with being a follower? You'll always have Big Sis to take care of you. As a marquis, I'll have to deal with a monster like the Moon Devil. And, my royal brothers can't even become followers if they want to." "Then follow me." Gu Yenying swung her sleeve and took off into the air like a white hawk. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a white speck. "Big sis, wait for me." The young girl followed her in a hurry and called out from afar. Gu Yenying was not the only one watching Li Qingshan's battle with the demon commanders. There were also many cultivators watching from afar using various methods. When they saw the internal strife among the demons, they all cheered inside. There were still many cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the situation, but after seeing the Moon Devil's powerful strength and cruel methods, they all gave up on this idea. Even if such a terrifying demon fought back before death, it was enough to drag a golden core cultivator to his grave, not to mention that he had not really shown any signs of fatigue from the beginning until now. Thus, Li Qingshan continued to refine the water veins without any obstructions. The current Li Qingshan, apart from the top figures and monsters who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation, could only be subdued by kings who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation. There were very few people who could pose a fatal threat to him. He arrived at the end of another large river. The surging demon qi refined the river, and the water god's seal flickered with light, gaining a thick, long trajectory. Li Qingshan could sense that the demon qi in the spirit turtle's demon core had reached the limit. As long as he devoured the water's spiritual qi in the river, he would basically be able to break through to the fifth layer of the spirit turtle. After that, the heavenly tribulation would descend. Was he going to use this opportunity to break through to the fifth layer of the spirit turtle and undergo the second heavenly tribulation to become a demon commander? Or was he going to stop and wait for the phoenix to catch up so that water and fire could balance out and fuse together? Li Qingshan considered it for a while and decided on the former. In the past, he would probably choose the latter. Although the long-term benefits were not necessarily better than the immediate benefits, he was not in any life-threatening danger right now. Having a clear order and taking it step by step was obviously the best choice. Being eager for quick success would only cause the difficulty of his subsequent cultivation to skyrocket. The losses outweighed the gains. But right now, she was waiting for it. Li Qingshan began absorbing the water's spiritual qi and channeling it into the spirit turtle's demon core. He comforted himself, this is also a choice. If I can become a demon commander, I won't be able to stand up to the kings, but I'll have a certain level of power to protect myself. At the very least, I'll be confident in defeating an opponent like Mou. Even if I gain a foothold in the world of the 9 provinces, I can take my time with the other things. Li Qingshan gradually shone with resplendent blue light, turning into the figure of a spirit turtle again. The 89th day. Han Qiongji sat with her legs crossed and saw the window light up. She murmured inside and pushed open the window to take a look, only to discover that the sky had not brightened yet. Only the light from the snow shone on the window. She had actually made a mistake. "Sister, don't wait for that heartless guy anymore. He won't be coming." The young girl walked over from behind. The time when she played around with Han Qiongji in the garden was gone forever. The pain of losing her father had made her much more mature all of a sudden. "I'm going out for a walk." Han Qiongji did not reply. She pushed open the door and left. All she saw was white. Heavy snowflakes were still drifting down from the sky. The tombs were covered in snow, turning into mounds of snow. A tall figure walked over from afar, stepping over the snow. The way he walked was so familiar. Han Qiongji's eyes softened as she murmured, "Qingshan." The tall figure quickened his pace. Han Qiongji could not help but quicken her pace as well, turning from walking to running. The two figures overlapped and embraced each other tightly. "Sorry, I'm late." Han Qiongji buried her head in his chest, tears already falling like rain. The descendants of the Han family walked out from the row of simple houses, watching this scene. Han Anjuan and Han Tie were among them as well. They remained silent as the snow fell. Under Han Qiongji's guidance, Li Qingshan arrived before Han Anggua's cenotaph. He held the incense and bowed respectfully. He thought to himself, "Uncle Han, I am truly sorry that I could not save you back then. I will do my best to assist with the matters of the Han family. May your soul in heaven rest in peace. His breakthrough to the fifth layer of the spirit turtle had still failed in the end. As the water's spiritual chi gathered, he pushed the demon chi in the spirit turtle's demon core to the limit, but he encountered a bottleneck that was both unexpected and expected. Breaking through to the ox demon required him to devour various pills and resources, while breaking through to the tiger demon required him to fight to the death. At the very least, it was not something that Li Qingshan, who was filled with all sorts of distracting thoughts, could achieve right now. He tried using the strength of the peak fourth layer of the spirit turtle and the support of the water god seal. Finally, he suppressed the ox demon and the tiger demon, returning him to human form. However, this suppression was extremely forceful, directly preventing him from using any of the spirit turtle's abilities. He was unable to sense danger, nor was he able to conceal his aura. As a result, he was unable to hide his spiritual chi and demon chi, regardless of whether he was in human form or demon form. As for innate abilities like the spirit turtle's profound shell, he could not even use them. The projection clone he created with the water mirror's image directly collapsed when he made this choice. And, he could not switch between Li Qingshan and the North Moon freely either. Once he released his demon chi, it would take quite a lot of effort to suppress it again. He could imagine the scene of the spirit turtle using all of its strength to suppress the ox demon and tiger demon. Li Qingshan let out a long sigh of relief inside. He had finally made it in time. He did not feel any regret over failing to break through to the fifth layer of the spirit turtle. Instead, he relaxed. To him, this was the best choice. He could slowly improve the phoenix transformation. Don't you think you're too late? A young man in black clothes could not help but question. His appearance was rather similar to Han Tie's. He was one of Han Anggua's sons. The other descendants of the Han family were not in a good mood either. Han Anggua had died in battle. Even some of his close friends and relatives who were not particularly close to him had rushed over early to pay their respects. As the son-in-law of the Han family, Li Qingshan had actually left Han Qiongji to keep watch over him alone when he encountered something like this, dragging it out until the watch was about to end. He had rushed over only now. He was extremely rude, and he felt that it was not worth it for her. Han Qiongji wanted to say something, but Li Qingshan had already made his way over. He said, "I won't apologize, nor will I explain myself. The school of the military doesn't seem to care about eloquence either. If you have any dissatisfaction, feel free to take action." "You?" The young man in black was stunned. "What, you're afraid?" Before Li Qingshan had even finished speaking, the young man in black had already sent a palm strike over. With a bang, Li Qingshan allowed the palm strike to land on his chest. How can such a feeble attack be considered a descendant of the Han family? The young man in black was furious. He no longer held back, unleashing a battle skill. His attacks rained down like a storm. The force of the attack swept up thousands of snowflakes in the air. "Qingshan!" Han Qiongji cried out in alarm, but was stopped by Han Anjuan. "He knows what he's doing. Are you done? How useless. Why don't you all come at me together?" Li Qingshan was like a reef in the middle of the ocean. After enduring countless grievous injuries, the attacks of a foundation establishment cultivator were like scratches to him. Hearing this, the other descendants of the Han family could no longer hold back. They joined in and began to attack. Li Qingshan also began to retaliate. After experiencing so many battles, he turned around and fought with the identity and power of a foundation establishment cultivator. At first, he felt somewhat unfamiliar and uncomfortable, but he quickly became skilled and at ease. He used the two complementary cultivation methods and battle skills to their fullest. The sky brightened, and the sunlight shone on the sparkling snowy ground. The descendants of the Han family lay on the ground, panting. Li Qingshan sat on the snowy ground, looking somewhat exhausted. This exhaustion was not an act. After several months of fighting and refining, his mind was indeed very tired. When he finally saw her, he relaxed and stood up with his hands on his knees. Han Anjuan nodded slightly at Li Qingshan. These descendants of the Han family didn't really hate Li Qingshan that much. It was just that they had suppressed their emotions for too long and needed a battle like this to vent. However, Li Qingshan had given them a battle, using his own method to resolve this discontent. He had also proven his strength. He didn't care about how the Han family looked at him. He just didn't want Han Qiongji to receive too much suspicion from her family because of him. After all, they were her family. In the gloomy hungry ghost road, Han Anghua held an ancient blade made from the rib of an unknown animal. There was not a trace of confusion on his face, and he was still as determined as before. He raised the blade and cut off the head of a corpse beast. At this moment, a blood-colored vortex appeared in the air. It grew larger and larger until it looked like a large door. A voice came from inside, "True warrior, your soul shouldn't have fallen into this land of death. Come, endless bloody battles await you." Han Anghua's eyes shone brightly, and he dived into the blood-colored vortex without looking back. Chapter 567. Qingshan, you've changed a lot. In the dark room, Han Qiongji's hand caressed Li Qingshan's face. Unknowingly, the flamboyant youngster from before had completely turned into a man. The edges of his face became more defined and his gaze was as firm as steel. Just as her father had said, she couldn't see what was hidden in it. Why was he so determined? It was like a mystery. She had a feeling that in the few years they were apart, he had experienced many things, far more than she knew or imagined, to the point that she felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Like a statue, although there didn't seem to be any difference on the surface, only by carefully touching it could one feel that the material was completely different, to the point that every detail was different. Li Qingshan held her hand and said softly, Chapter 6, the sky is so far away, you are the same, you've lost a lot of weight. And also matured a lot. Han Qiongji responded with an N and leaned weakly in his arms. Li Qingshan hugged her tightly and said in his heart, Qiongji, I've become very strong, I can protect you. On this road to the 9 heavens, he might have to give up a lot, but he wasn't willing to give up on the person in his arms. He remembered a line from a movie from his previous life, who said that a man can't travel the world with his wife. The room was silent as they listened to the snow falling outside the window. That night, the two of them laid down in their clothes and listened in silence. Li Qingshan didn't have any desire in his heart, but he felt very peaceful. At this moment, the bloodthirsty north moon seemed to be far away from him. The long-lost human heart returned to his chest, emitting waves of warmth. When the sun was about to rise, Han Qiongji hesitated and said softly, Qingshan, are you hiding something from me? Li Qingshan put his hand on her shoulder and distanced himself from her. He looked into her eyes and gently nodded, N. Under his gaze, Han Qiongji felt suffocated and a faint sense of fear. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and decided not to hide it anymore. At this moment, he couldn't say anything to deceive her. Even if she couldn't accept it and ran out to spread this secret, he was willing to accept the result. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a hand pressed against Li Qingshan's lips. He was slightly startled, only to hear Han Qiongji say, I'm a little scared. She felt that if she heard this secret, it would break the peace and quiet between them. Li Qingshan did not know what to do. Han Qiongji said, I don't want to hear it anymore. You must have your reasons for not telling me. Let me know when you think it's the right time, okay? Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment. Okay. Her mind had not yet recovered from the grief of losing her uncle. If such a thing was given to her now, it would probably be more than she could bear, and it would be difficult for her to accept it. In the following days, Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji often walked on the snow and roamed the nearby forest. But unlike before, most of the time, it was Li Qingshan who did the talking. He talked about what happened after they parted. He didn't want to hide it anymore, so he didn't lie to cover it up, and there were many white spaces in his words. Most of the time, Han Qiongji listened quietly, occasionally asking a few questions, but never asking questions, as if she was afraid of bursting a beautiful bubble. This made Li Qingshan feel even more pity for her. At other times, Li Qingshan often practiced martial arts with the Han clan's disciples in an open space outside the cemetery. Keeping vigil wasn't about being cooped up in the room and sighing. The militarists didn't pay much attention to these superficial courtesies, so they gradually didn't take Li Qingshan's lack of manners to heart and humbly asked him for advice. Or they gathered in a circle and listened to his actual combat experiences in the chaos of war. Li Qingshan's combat strength was truly powerful. In battle, he didn't use overwhelming power. When the opponent's speed, strength, and spiritual qi were about the same, he could easily win. This made the Han clan disciples extremely unconvinced, but they couldn't help but admire him. The militarists worshipped the strong. In reality, as they fought, Li Qingshan used less and less power. Of course, his actions weren't as simple as gaining the Han clan disciples' approval. His strength had grown too quickly recently, and he needed some time to settle it. To settle the gains he had gained from the life and death battles. At first, he only used the strength of a cultivator to fight. Later, he kept suppressing it and only used the strength of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He completely gave up on the powerful physique brought by the fiendish demons, all for the sake of honing his combat skills. Although his father-in-law, Han Anjuan, was far weaker than Li Qingshan in terms of strength, he was born into a powerful family like the Han clan. His many combat skills and philosophies also benefited Li Qingshan greatly. After the 100th day of the vigil, he could take off his mourning clothes and return to his daily life. With a bang, Han Tie flew far away and slid on the ground for more than 10 feet. Just now, he stopped, causing snow to fly everywhere. Looking up, he saw Li Qingshan extending his hand with a smile. Li Qingshan grabbed Han Tie's hand and stood up. Han Tie had to admit that on the path of cultivation, Li Qingshan had already left him behind. Without the support of his clan, without the guidance of a master, without any decent inheritance, and with an incomplete arts of the boundless ocean, he was still in the school of novels. There really were talented geniuses in the world. It seemed like there was a reason why he could be so close to the monstrous little N. Qingshan. You went too easy on him. Han Qiongji shouted from afar, causing the Han clan disciples to laugh and make noise. Big Sister Han is really cruel. A biological brother can't be compared to a biological man. After all, no one could be immersed in sorrow forever. This was not the spirit advocated by the militarists. Otherwise, if they lost their comrades in real war and became heartbroken, unable to continue fighting, would they still be considered disciples of the school of the military? Han Tie was unfazed. He asked, "You're close to breaking through to late foundation establishment, right?" "I'm close." Like the fifth layer of the spirit turtle, he only lacked an opportunity, a form of comprehension. However, with the recent period of cultivation, Li Qingshan could already vaguely sense that the arts of the boundless ocean was close to breaking through again. However, the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression still showed no signs of activity. After all, the difficulty of the two was on completely different levels. It was worlds apart for Li Qingshan as well. How fast? Han Tie could not help but sigh. If Li Qingshan said he was close, then he really was close. The minor realms of cultivation for cultivators were not as difficult to break through as major realms, but they still required a considerable amount of time and effort. Every single step forward was extremely difficult. As long as Qi practitioners had the guidance of a master, the support of sufficient resources, and their own talent was passable, they could basically all reach foundation establishment. It could be regarded as the simplest first step in the path of cultivation. Of course, it was not actually that simple. Just the word resources had stumped many cultivators. The true spirit pill that was crucial to breaking through to foundation establishment was not something every chi practitioner could possess. If they tried to break through with their own strength, it would be far too difficult. Only after reaching foundation establishment could they be considered to have reached a higher level and formally begun cultivating. The trials of the path of cultivation would only begin then. Even with the support of sufficient resources, it would still be riddled with difficulties. Otherwise, large, resourceful sects like the Sword Collection Palace and Umbraline sect would not have so few golden core elders. And, the second heavenly tribulation would not be as gentle as the first one. If he relied solely on external forces, there was a high chance that he would die to the heavenly tribulation. Han Anjuan was only at early foundation establishment right now. He was only close to breaking through to mid-foundation establishment. His talent was already quite impressive. With the support of his clan, he had advanced valiantly, and he had basically given up on all forms of entertainment. How could he not sigh in admiration at Li Qingshan's cultivation speed? However, in the 100 schools of thought, there was also a person who struggled and crawled through the doorway to the path of cultivation. In the secluded dwelling below Contention Island, the rumbling of thunder ceased. A charred figure writhed and struggled to her feet. At first, she coughed violently, followed by a soft chuckle from the depths of her throat. Gradually, it grew louder and louder, turning into a hysterical, wild laughter, like a snake raising its head. A simple, vigorous vine crawled out from Qian Rongji's body, wrapping around her. The charred skin on her body peeled off layer by layer. It was impossible to tell whether it was her clothes or her charred skin. It was like a black snake shedding its skin. Snow-white skin grew out, and a beautiful, tiny snake slithered happily on it. Afterwards came a new round of torture. Even at a time like this, no matter when, the pain would never disappear. It would only become more and more intense than ever before. She collapsed on the ground again. Her limbs twisted inch by inch, like tiny insects being roasted by fire. It seemed strange and disgusting, but the more intense the pain, the more resplendent her smile became. Even the tortures of hell were unable to distort the joy from the bottom of her heart. When everything settled down, she laid on the ground and raised her arm high into the air, pointing at the stone wall above. The heaven-climbing vine extended up along her arm, and the hell snake coiled around it again, hissing and flicking its tongue. Hee, the heavens are so far away. Commander, I've come to collect a cultivation method of a higher level for the School of Legalism. Hua Qingzan currently sat by the window, handling the matters of the School of Legalism. Qian Rongji pushed open the door and entered, bowing. She had changed into a new set of clothes, and her usual smile was even warmer now. Rongji. Congratulations on reaching foundation establishment. Hua Qingzan was mildly surprised before congratulating her with a smile. However, he was surprised inside. Qian Rongji was in high spirits, and her bearing had changed drastically. The sinister feeling vanished, actually giving off a strange charm that took his breath away. However, he was not tempted at all. Instead, he sighed inside, she's finally become something even more vicious. Qian Rongji said, it's all thanks to Commander's nurturing. After a simple conversation, Hua Qingzan passed the new cultivation method to Qian Rongji. He went through the motions and said, the power of the Hell Realm is powerful, but it's also dangerous. You have to be as careful as possible when you sense and use it. The slightest carelessness can lead to great pain. Many disciples of legalism have committed suicide because they lost their minds during cultivation. Thank you for your advice, Commander. I will be careful, Qian Rongji said modestly. Have you chosen the hell you want to sense? Hua Qingzan could not help but ask when Qian Rongji bid farewell and left. Chapter 568. The Waterside Pavilion of Listening Wind. I hope I can reach Golden Court before the age of 30. Li Qingshan gazed at the sky. The snow had just cleared up, and the sky was blue. 30 years old. Han Tie raised an eyebrow. Although he said, hope, his expression was filled with confidence. He did not seem like he was spouting nonsense. Instead, he was announcing a simple fact, and he did not feel like it was anything special. The Golden Core cultivators who had died to Li Qingshan's hands had already accumulated a number, so he did not take it too seriously. His current target was the highest of the 9 provinces, the realm of kings, so he could not help but reveal his arrogance. The other disciples of the Han family gasped in surprise. Even though they weren't people who fawned on the rich and powerful, they were still able to see through him. Even though they were not people who fawned on those in power, in the cultivation community, the strong always deserved respect. Han Anjuan could not help but study Li Qingshan deeply when he heard that. A 30-year-old Golden Core cultivator was rare even across the 9 provinces. By then, he would definitely make a name for himself through the world. When he first met him, he already knew he was anything but mediocre, but he never thought he would one day actually mention the words Golden Core so easily. To be able to so easily mention the word Golden Core, that was a goal that even he could not reach. In consideration of the Han family, having a son-in-law like him was truly a blessing. After Han Ongua died in battle, the heavy responsibility of being the patriarch fell on Han Anjuan's shoulders. He felt unprecedentedly heavy pressure. If the Golden Core cultivators of the Rui Commandery had not died in battle, and the positions of the Marquis of Rui and Great General remained undecided, many of the resources that the Han family possessed would have been carved up a long time ago. A clan that only had a foundation establishment cultivator was only a small clan, but a single talented prodigy could change everything. If Li Qingshan could use this talent to defeat a powerful master, the Han family would be able to weather this storm safely. Perhaps not only would they not suffer any losses, but they would even benefit from it. Soon, the heavy snow began to fill the air. Amidst the whispers of the wind as the wind moaned, the descendants of the Han family removed their mourning clothes before the mausoleum. Li Qingshan patted Han Qiongji's shoulder. Han Qiongji looked back and smiled. Her eyes reddened as she leaned against his shoulder gently. Right at this moment, her heart stirred and she suddenly turned around. Amidst the snowstorm, a figure walked over. Her footsteps were light as if she was floating in the air. Her wide sleeves and long hair fluttered in the wind. Before anyone could see her clearly, they already felt that she was a peerless beauty. She squinted her eyes, her gaze piercing through the snow, and a look of amazement flashed past her eyes. That face was even more beautiful than she had imagined. The so-called beauty that could topple a nation was nothing more than this. No, it wasn't just the face. The newcomer was dressed in plain clothes, with blue silk wrapped around her waist. Her figure was slender, and her jet-black hair that reached her knees fluttered in the wind. A pair of bare feet stepped on the crystal-clear snow, resolutely striding forward. Even if there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, it would not be able to make this footstep waver. His eyes were like a deep pool without ripples as he stared blankly ahead. It was as if he could see everything in the world. Compared to the simple titles of beauty and beauty, she had an indescribable charm about her that made people overlook her gender. Who was she? Why did she come? Little N, you're here. Li Qingshan turned back and smiled, a look of astonishment flashing past his eyes. Originally, Little N had no concept of clothing, it was just a layer of clothing to cover up the body. Although the current her was dressed very simply, it gave people the feeling that this was the best outfit, exuding an unprecedented beauty. It seemed like it was the after effects of the memory recovery. However, everyone loved beauty, and this was not a bad thing. Little Anne. Han Qiongji cried out involuntarily. How could she associate the person in front of her with that wooden child? Although he had mentioned the changes in little Anne, it was still far beyond her imagination. Not far away, the disciples of the Han clan stared straight at them. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they could not take their eyes off of them. Little Anne arrived beside Li Qingshan and silently grabbed Li Qingshan's hand. Although he remained expressionless, his blank eyes lit up in that instant, as if he could express everything in 1,000 words. Han Qiongji felt like she was being ignored. Afterwards, she discovered that she was not just being ignored. Instead, she was ignoring everyone, or even the entire world. Only he existed. All right, it's time to go. Li Qingshan seemed to understand everything. He nodded with a smile and rubbed her head naturally. She lowered her head slightly, and her red lips curled into a smile. The snow and ice melted away. Where are you going? Han Qiongji asked, breaking through this feeling of being cut off. Oh, I told you before. Didn't the Annihilum Light Chan Master specially come once? Li Qingshan explained. Little Anne's path of white bone and great beauty had reached a bottleneck. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga was the perfect opportunity, as well as fulfilling his promise to the Golden Cicada. You're leaving right now? Han Qiongji asked in surprise, but she let out a sigh of relief inside for some reason. Disciples of a Buddhist sect like the Chan Monastery of Devanaga clearly could not have thoughts of love, or she really would have no idea what she would do. Yeah, don't worry. I'll return as soon as possible. Li Qingshan hugged Han Qiongji and spoke about parting again. Seeing how reluctant she was to part with him, his heart skipped a beat. He said to Han Anjuan loudly, General Han, once Qiongji's 3 years of mourning are over, I'll come to the Han family to ask for her hand in marriage and complete our engagement. Han Anjuan was speechless. Things were different now. The present was different from the past, no matter how he looked at it, he could not turn it down again. Qingshan. Han Qiongji's eyes immediately welled up with tears. She turned her head away and wiped them away with her arm. She smiled. All right, come back soon. Be careful on your journey. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and a cloud rose up beneath his feet. He vanished into the wind and snow with little Anne. Before making his way to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, Li Qingshan still had to see someone, which was Gu Yenying. He was still a Scarlet Hawk commander after all. It was fine if he slacked off normally. However, without this superior's permission, he could not leave his post without permission. And, he had something else he wanted to ask her for help with. The white cloud landed outside the Rui Commandery, in front of a steep, towering mountain. The steps led straight up. Li Qingshan raised his head and gazed up. At the top of the mountain, the silver hawk unfurled its wings as if it was clashing with the wind and snow. Li Qingshan made little and wait below as he made his way up the mountain alone. As soon as he touched the formation, he heard a bellow, "Who goes there?" The steps before him twisted, and a man in white emerged out of nowhere. Li Qingshan clasped his hands. I'm the Scarlet Hawk commander of the Clear River Prefecture, Li Qingshan, and I've come to see Commander Gu. So you're Li Qingshan. Commander Gu has told me that if you come, you can go find her in the waterside pavilion of Listening Wind. The White Wolf Guard who watched over the mountain studied Li Qingshan curiously. The waterside pavilion of Listening Wind was where Commander Gu cultivated and rarely received guests. He rarely received guests, so why was he so fond of Li Qingshan? The waterside pavilion of Listening Wind? The wind and snow vanished before his eyes. The sky was a clear blue. On the rippling lake, green lotus leaves stretched endlessly. Pink-white lotus flowers bloomed among the green leaves. With a gust of warm wind, the lotus leaves rose and fell, giving off waves of fragrance. It was like the height of summer. The dense spiritual qi, the fragrance of the flowers, and the warm wind merged together. It was more than 10 times better than the 100 schools of thought of the Clear River Prefecture. Sucking in a deep breath gave him a feeling of relaxation and rejuvenation. And, from the outside, the lake could only be regarded as a small lake at most. However, when he stepped into the formation, he discovered that the lakeside was extremely large, basically no smaller than Moon Court Lake. It stretched as far as the eye could see. It truly could be described as a place of boundless green lotus leaves. The lotus leaves and lotus flowers bloomed endlessly out of season and against all common sense, giving off an unexpectedly resplendent feeling. The formation that envelopes this place is anything but trivial. It can actually distort space. Probably even King won't be able to get through it so easily. Li Qingshan thought to himself as he flew over the surface of the lake. He heard the pleasant tinkle of a bell and flew in that direction. Very soon, he saw a delicate pavilion surrounded by lotus leaves and lotus flowers. Wind chimes hung from the eaves. Compared to the enormous lake, the waterside pavilion was unexpectedly small. Gu Yenying walked out. Her hair draped down to her waist, swaying gently in the warm wind. A smile appeared on her face too, making her seem slightly less valiant. She unexpectedly felt like she was at home. A rattan table and a few rattan chairs were placed on the balcony overlooking the lake. Li Qingshan did not hold back. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Gu Yenying picked up a teacup and personally poured a cup of tea, pushing it before him. Li Qingshan stared at the tea before him and asked in thought, if Li Qingshan were just Li Qingshan, would he receive such treatment? When has Li Qingshan not been Li Qingshan? It's just a cup of tea, Gu Yenying said with a smile and sat down before him. Li Qingshan could not help but think about how she had invited him to a cup of tea back then outside Qingyang City. Back then, he had yet to understand just how great the difference between them was. In comparison, her attitude towards him had not changed in any fundamental way. To her, it was just a cup of alcohol. She remained as composed as before, but his own thoughts had fluctuated far too much. He downed the tea and got back to business. I've come this time to ask for your resignation, Commander, so that I can send little N to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. No problem. There's something else I'd like to ask for the Commander's help with. Please pass this Origin Spirit Pill to General Han Anjuan for me, Commander. Li Qingshan planned inside. Han Anjuan was at Late Foundation establishment. If he could obtain an Origin Spirit Pill, his chances at reaching Golden Core would definitely increase by quite a lot. It would make up for his regret of not being able to save Han Angua in the past. However, he was unable to explain the origins of this Origin Spirit Pill at all. Its value could not be compared to true spirit pills. Gu Yenying said, it's just a small matter, but you should still give it to him. Just say it's a gift from me to you. It's quite a generous gift. Let alone marrying off your daughter, you can even sell your daughter. With that, the issue of the origins of the Origin Spirit Pill that troubled Li Qingshan the most would be resolved. He was obviously willing to receive this favor, so that when he confessed everything to Han Xiongji in the future, it would definitely add some points to his reputation. Gu Yenying said, if you run into any trouble in the future, feel free to come find me. My identity can still be of some use. This, Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. That sure was great kindness. Actually, there are some matters I'd like to ask for your help with. Li Qingshan probably won't be able to receive treatment like this. Gu Yenying stood up and paced around, looking back with a smile. You can just ask for it, Commander. Sure enough, there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world, but Li Qingshan instead preferred this kind of equality and mutual benefit. Chapter 569. Ding ding dang dang. A gust of warm wind blew, causing the wind chimes to sway and the lotus leaves to undulate. Li Qingshan had never seen Gu Yenying show such an expression. Of course, They had not seen it many times, so he was curious as to what it was that made her so serious. Gu Yenying came to the side of the balcony and stood with her hands behind her back. In the past, at Bronze Cauldron Mountain, someone once said something to me. I did not reply at that time, because that person did not particularly care about my answer. But now, I feel that it is better to give a clear answer. Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Li Qingshan recalled that he had confessed to Gu Yenying in front of countless people there. At that time, there was still a huge gap in strength between them. But now, the gap between them had never been so close. Even if there was still a gap, it was not insurmountable. In fact, Li Qingshan was confident that he could eventually surpass her and become stronger than her. So, what was her answer now? Li Qingshan could not help but look forward to it. Looking around, he had a feeling that he was infinitely close to success. Gu Yenying bowed slightly. Thank you for your kind intentions, but unfortunately, I cannot accept it. So she called me here just to give me a good person card. Li Qingshan grinned, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Although he had vaguely guessed this result, he was still a little disappointed. It's okay, I am still too weak. Weak to the point that you can compete with the zombie king with just one heavenly tribulation. The depth of your opportunities far surpasses mine, and the speed of your growth is even more shocking. I believe that in the future, your strength will definitely be above mine, but, Gu Yenying spoke extremely sincerely, without any intention of brushing him off. She paused and dipped her index finger into the tea, writing down 4 words on the table. Forget your emotions. Li Qingshan muttered. Gu Yenying said, helping each other in difficult times is better than forgetting each other in the pugilistic world. Today, we support each other. In the future, no matter who leaves who behind, there is no need to worry too much. Even if we are separated by life and death, we can smile at it. That makes sense. Li Qingshan nodded. So it wasn't heartlessness, but forgetfulness. It's not a question of whether it's reasonable or not. If you're not willing to accept it, then there's nothing to talk about. It will be more convenient for us to work together if we have a good impression of each other and acknowledge each other. However, if there are too many feelings mixed in, it will be very disadvantageous and I will not be able to work with you. Gu Yenying's eyes were like an eagle's as she stared straight at Li Qingshan. For a moment, Li Qingshan didn't know what to say. This woman clearly wanted to ask him for help. Even if she wasn't willing to agree, she didn't have to expose him. She could make use of his good impression. However, she insisted on separating the two of them, leaving no room for ambiguity. In fact, if he refused to give up on that idea, they might as well stop working together. She could not help but feel sad for Hua Sengzan. His unrepentant infatuation might be able to move any woman in the world, but it was useless for her. Although you have opportunities and inheritances, your foundation is too shallow. For example, the many resources in the underground, it's difficult for you to transform them into your own strength. Another example is the problem of your identity. There's a possibility that it could be exposed at any time. In the end, you can't hide it from those who have intentions. I believe that I can help you in many ways. Gu Yenying saw that Li Qingshan didn't say anything and thought that he was hesitating. Thus, she added more bargaining chips and seriously persuaded him to give up on meaningless feelings and pursue the path of cultivation. I agree, but not for the benefits you're talking about. If others don't have any feelings for me, I'm not the kind of person who pesters them. I'm going to have a family soon, so don't overestimate your charm. Good. You're indeed the man I admire. Gu Yenying smiled and immediately switched the tea to wine. She filled their glasses to the brim and clinked them with Li Qingshan's before downing them. Li Qingshan said, now you can tell me what you want my help with. It's not the right time yet. You'll know when the time comes. I feel that as long as you're given some time, you'll become stronger. At that time, your chances of success will be higher. If you help me with a bunch of small matters, but you want me to risk my life, won't it be hard for me to refuse? There shouldn't be any danger to your life. If there is, I'll explain it to you. You can refuse as much as you want. There's no need to feel embarrassed, because I don't always agree to everything. If you're restrained by your emotions and do something against your will, you can't blame anyone else. Fine. Li Qingshan didn't suffer any losses. Instead, he gained a strong ally. The method of cooperation was that she would deliver the goods first and receive the payment later. If she felt that it wasn't worth it, she could even refuse to pay. There was nothing to be dissatisfied about. However, he still felt a little unhappy that she didn't look at him as a man. The two of them stood side by side, gazing at the endless lotus leaves. Gu Yenying suddenly said, I won't fall in love with anyone, if that makes you happier. Much happier. Li Qingshan glanced at her. Gu Yenying smiled and said, that's good then. Alas, as a female cultivator, I can't be compared to a man. The tribulation of love is the heaviest, and it's extremely easy to damage my cultivation. I don't think I'll be able to surpass my own desires. So, it's better to cut off all danger and not be tainted by even a speck of dust. Li Qingshan was silent for a while, then asked again, what if you go back on your word? Gu Yenying smiled but didn't say anything. She raised her head to look at the drifting white clouds in the sky. This kind of question wasn't worth answering. Li Qingshan looked at her profile and had to admit that she was indeed extraordinarily charming. After leaving the waterside pavilion of listening wind, the strong fragrance of flowers hadn't completely dissipated when snow began to fall in front of him. Let's go. Li Qingshan said to little Anne, then mounted the clouds and flew towards the horizon. From start to finish, he didn't look back once. He sat on the cloud and opened the mental map of the Green Province. He could still remember what she had said to him, the Green Province spans 15,000 kilometers. The Jianghu is only a corner. He smiled gently. The 9 provinces are like a well, trapping me. I'm just a tiny tadpole, so I better do my best to jump upwards. Don't look down on me just because of this bird woman. Although riding the clouds was nowhere near as fast as flying in his original form, it was still extremely fast. He arrived at the edge of the Rui Commandery very soon. He shot past it without stopping at all, as if he had broken through an invisible barrier and stepped into an even greater land. The Chan monastery of Devanaga was thousands of kilometers away, but Li Qingshan was in no hurry. When he encountered particularly moving scenery, he would stop and have a look, witnessing the beautiful scenery of the various places. Apart from little N's different behavior from before, there were no disturbances along the way. It took him 2 days of time. Suddenly, a tall, imposing mountain appeared on the horizon. Along the way, Li Qingshan had seen many famous mountains and great rivers, but none of them could match the atmosphere of this mountain. Although it was not particularly tall, it stood on the ground like a crouching tiger, possessing its own dignified bearing. Buddhist pagodas stood in great numbers on the mountain. Large halls stretched on into the distance, and the sound of chanting rang out. We're here. This is the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Li Qingshan stowed the mental map of the Green Province away and descended from the cloud in the distance. Regardless of the sect, none of them liked cultivators flying over their heads. Li Qingshan was confident in his strength, but he was not confident enough to provoke a large Buddhist sect. At this moment, the sun rose up from the east, gilding the entire mountain. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Looking up, the silhouette of the mountain seemed like a seated Buddha. The ethereal chanting was like a Buddha chanting softly, awakening the infatuation of people. Under the illumination of the sun, the golden hall at the top of the mountain shone with rings of golden light. It seemed like the halo behind the Buddha's head, adding to its dignified and holy bearing. It was enough to make people want to prostrate and worship it. He understood why the mountain was called Great Buddha Mountain. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and returned to normal. Then he looked at little Anne, who stared at the great fire. The samadhi flames of white bone blazed in the depths of his eyes. "Are you ready?" Li Qingshan rubbed little Anne's head, and little Anne nodded. The two of them slowed down, passing through the dense forest and arriving on the mountain path. Perhaps this could no longer be called a mountain path. It was 300 meters wide, rising and falling like a dragon through the mountains, extending towards the Chan monastery of Devanaga. If this were not a world of cultivators, constructing a path like this would be extremely difficult even with the modern technology of his past life. Even more startling was the number of pedestrians on the path. The closer they got to the Chan monastery of Devanaga, the denser they became. With a single glance, Li Qingshan saw over 100,000 people. Clearly, there were other paths like this in the other directions of Great Buddha Mountain. Countless men, women, old, and young bowed with each step, making their way towards Great Buddha Mountain. Even the gray-haired old woman was no exception. Every time she prostrated herself on the ground, Li Qingshan would worry about whether she could climb back up again. Beside her was a child, probably her grandson. He still seemed rather ignorant, but he also brought his palms together like the old woman, bowing with each step. There was no conversation between them. They were silent and solemn, yet they were also as harmonious as brothers and sisters. The sunlight shone on their faces, pious and firm, radiating with a glow of happiness and peace. That was the light of faith from a determined mind. Even non-believers would be infected by such a scene. Li Qingshan also brought his palms together and bowed towards Great Buddha Mountain in the distance. As a transmigrator, he did not believe in anything, but he respected the faith of others. The lives of mortals were filled with pain. Not everyone had the opportunity to become a cultivator and attempt to break free from the shackles of fate. Having a faith like this was not necessarily a bad thing. People always needed some consolation. Non-believers would always underestimate the word faith. However, getting drunk and partying, becoming addicted to the internet, eating, drinking, and gambling were not necessarily any smarter than bowing to a Buddha statue. Not to mention that Buddhas actually existed in this world. They were experts who possessed great wisdom and strength. The world of Pure Land and the Hell Realm also existed. Accumulating virtue, doing good, and being reborn in the world of Pure Land were all real. Reaching there, Li Qingshan gained an even clearer understanding of what the word Buddha meant here. It was an unimaginably powerful existence. Then he glanced at Great Buddha Mountain in the distance and said to little End with his soul sense, "If he doesn't provoke us, there's no need for us to oppose him." Chapter 570. Li Qingshan warned little and again. The two of them made their way up the mountain path together. They obviously did not bow with every step like mortals. They passed by everyone quickly and arrived below Great Buddha Mountain in the blink of an eye, right before the entrance of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. They were unable to advance any further here. Two protector generals that stood 30 meters tall stood on the left and right of the entrance. They held their chests and bellies, each wielding a weapon. At first glance, they even seemed like two statues. But suddenly, their eyes swiveled and landed on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's breathing halted slightly. It really is the Chan monastery of Devanaga after all. Just the two protector generals at the entrance can actually make me feel threatened. Looking back, there were thousands of houses built at the foot of the mountain. There were regular monks who specially guided believers into the houses, arranging their meals and even distributing silver. Unlike the temples of his past life, a sect like the Chan monastery of Devanaga did not need the money of mortals, nor did they rely on invading land to survive. They only needed mortals to offer up their faith. Over thousands of years, just how terrifying of a force would they become? Who is below the steps? Why aren't you bowing? A receptionist monk asked loudly from the high walls that resembled city walls. he was no longer a regular monk. Instead, he was a chi practitioner, a true disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Several tens of thousands of people worshipped on the square at the foot of the mountain, so Li Qingshan and the young man's figures stood out particularly. In particular, everyone who saw little N along the way was stunned. The young man even forgot to kowtow and looked straight at her. The receptionist monk saw little N and could not help but be taken aback. Afterwards, he lowered his head in a hurry and chanted, Amitabha. Li Qingshan said, "We're not believers. We've come to see the Annihilum Light Chan Master. Junior Uncle Annihilum Light is in secluded cultivation. He doesn't receive visitors, so you better return." Before the receptionist monk had even finished speaking, a streak of golden light suddenly rose up from a majestic hall on Great Buddha Mountain, landing at the entrance and turning into an old monk. He was the Annihilum Light Chan Master himself, gazing at little N in delight. "One will, you're finally here. Junior Uncle Annihilum Light." The reception monk was surprised and bowed in a hurry. The Annihilum Light Chan Master often occupied the position of head monk in the Bodhi courtyard. He was indifferent and liked peace and quiet. Even if he was a direct disciple, it was extremely rare to see such a change in expression. Today, he had personally come out to welcome two insignificant foundation establishment cultivators, and he even revealed such an expression. It was truly rare. Little N put his palms together and bowed, "Master. Follow me." The Annihilum Light Chan Master waved his hand, and the huge entrance behind him opened loudly. Sunlight passed through, landing on Li Qingshan's face. He squinted his eyes slightly. "The door is open. The door is open." Calls rang out from below the mountain. The main entrance of the Chan monastery of Devanaga was not usually open. The disciples of the monastery also entered and exited through a small door below. Only when the main entrance was open like this would they be welcoming esteemed guests. The Annihilum Light Chan Master glanced at little N before waving his hand. A melodious bell rang out from the top of the mountain. At first, it was just one, followed by 100 bells ringing across the entire mountain, drowning out the chanting and ringing through the entire mountain. The receptionist monk was dumbfounded as well. He studied Li Qingshan and little N. Let alone two foundation establishment cultivators, even two golden core cultivators did not have the right to receive such treatment. This woman seemed to be the final disciple of his senior uncle Annihilum Light, but she was only a disciple, so she was even less qualified. Golden light shone brightly as the bell chimed together. It was a grand sight. Li Qingshan eased up slightly. As it seemed, the Annihilum Light Chan Master still valued little and very much. That way, she would not be bullied. Actually, this was just him worrying for nothing. With little N's current strength, just how many people could bully her across the entire 9 provinces? The Annihilum Light Chan Master walked at the front, and little N followed closely behind. Li Qingshan followed as well. The Annihilum Light Chan Master glanced back at him, and Li Qingshan smiled. The Annihilum Light Chan Master said nothing more. Little N welcomed the light and stepped into the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Her seaweed-like hair and her plain clothes were all coated with a layer of golden light. The entire mountain was alarmed. The various head monks emerged from their doors and gazed at the entrance in the distance. Among the head monks, the Annihilum Light Chan Master had always kept a low profile, indifferent to the affairs of the world. Yet today, he had done something so high profile, which truly surprised many people. He represented the entire Chan monastery of Devanaga, expressing his politeness and respect towards a new disciple, as well as expressing how much the entire monastery valued her. He told everyone, including the abbot of the monastery, not to underestimate her. But was she worthy of him? The towering pagodas were like a forest, blocking out the sunlight and radiating with faint, golden light. They possessed a wondrous power. This power was not powerful, but it was like sunlight and rain, nourishing everything silently. It was filled with warmth and benevolence, enough to make people submit. There were the sariras of past eminent monks. Sariras were equivalent to the golden cores of regular cultivators. They could only be condensed after undergoing the second heavenly tribulation. Just from the endless forest of pagodas, it was possible to sense just how much the Chan monastery of Devanaga had accumulated. From afar, it did not seem like it, but he could sense the dignified feeling when he was there. The pagodas were all over 30 meters tall, and many of them were even taller than Li Qingshan's original demon body. Li Qingshan thought, these pagodas probably aren't just for commemoration. Instead, they've become one with the entire mountain. They're probably some kind of defensive formation. Little N did not look around. It was as if he was not walking through the forest of pagodas, being watched by thousands of gazes. Instead, he was walking through an empty forest alone. The Annihilum Light Chan Master smiled. Many of the observers in the monastery secretly praised him as well. The spirit of one will was truly extraordinary. As for Li Qingshan, he looked around like a tourist visiting a historical site, but he was also unfazed by the forest of pagodas. The golden peak of Great Buddha, the Grand Hall. Li Qingshan had never seen such a majestic hall before. It was like another mountain had risen up on the mountain. He understood that this was the Buddha head of Great Buddha. Gazing into the hall, the Tathagata Buddha sat in the center, standing several hundred meters tall as he overlooked the masses. Bodhisattvas and arhats stood to the left and right, as well as guardian deities, blue deities, and dragons and elephants. There were many of them, depicting the appearances of the various Buddhas and living beings. A monk brought his palms together as he stood before the Buddha. He was bald and beardless, wearing a great red kasaya. He seemed to be in his 40s, but his eyes were as deep as the ocean. They differed from Li Qingshan's impression of the benevolent, peaceful, and virtuous monk. Although the middle-aged monk remained calm and collected, he gave off a sense of sharpness and dignity. He was less than 7 feet tall, but he did not seem short when standing before the 300-meter-tall Buddha. Instead, he possessed a fearless spirit that stood shoulder to shoulder with the Buddha. He was the current abbot of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, the dauntless monk, as well as one of the monk kings, revered by the great Xia Empire. Beside him were the various head monks. They all had different appearances. There were old and young, male and female. Some were benevolent, some were cold and solemn, some had hair, and some didn't. However, the auras they gave off were each more powerful than the last. Although Li Qingshan had killed a few golden core cultivators in the past, he dared not be careless when he faced any one of them, let alone the dauntless monk. If it were not for his determination, he basically would not have been able to look him in the eye. They were all Foundation Establishment cultivators, but Fu Qingjin from the Sword Collection Palace could sweep through a large swathe of them. Gu Yenying did not care about regular golden core cultivators, but she still found the Soaring Dragon Elder with the Soaring Dragon Sword troublesome. The Dark Queen had even demonstrated her terrifying strength that could crush golden core cultivators before Li Qingshan in the past. Even if they were at the same level of cultivation, the difference in strength was worlds apart. None of the 3 great sects of the Green Province had an undeserved reputation. The Golden Cicada Spirit King had been one of the 72 demon kings several thousand years ago. If he wanted the chant of Devanaga, he would have to rely on luck and trickery. He would not be bold enough to steal it openly or secretly. If Little End had followed the Annihilum Light Chan Master to the Bodhi courtyard silently, there would never have been such a situation. Normally speaking, Little End would visit the various head monks in the various courtyards after settling down. However, if he wanted to see the dauntless monk, he would need even more luck. However, since the Annihilum Light Chan Master had already opened the gates and rung the bell, the monastery obviously had to respond. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga obviously had to respond and verify whether this one will had the right to receive such treatment. The greater the courtesy, the greater the pressure. The Annihilum Light Chan Master waited outside with Little End before entering the hall. He bowed towards the dauntless monk and stood in an empty seat. As her master, he had already given little Anne an opportunity. Whether she could grasp it or not would be up to her. If she succeeded and proved herself, it would be endless glory. The entire Chan monastery of Devanaga would support her cultivation. If she failed, then he would be making a fool of himself. It would also make him seem like he had a poor eye for people and acted inappropriately. Little Anne nodded towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan gave her a thumbs up, encouraging her. She stepped over the high sill with a bare foot and stepped into the hall. She raised her head to look at the Buddha, lowered her head to look at the dauntless monk, and then lowered her head to look at her own figure on the shiny floor. She slowly made her way over and sat down on the empty cushion under the watchful gazes of the monks. A monk said, "You don't bow before the Buddha. You're insolent and rude." Little Anne said, "Clay sculptures and stone sculptures. Where is the Buddha?" The Buddha's light illuminates all, bringing salvation to all living beings. It exists everywhere. Seeing me is me. Seeing no living beings. Li Qingshan knew that the debate had already begun. Although he did not quite understand it, he could tell how forceful Little Anne was. He secretly panicked inside. Joining the Chan monastery of Devanaga safely is the right thing to do. Why must you confront them head-on? The dauntless monk is just like his name. You can tell with a single glance that he's not a good person. If you anger him, it'll probably be bad for you. The various head monks took turns to ask questions, raining down on him like a storm, lashing out and scolding him loudly. Little Anne was expressionless as she answered them all. She did not panic at all. Suddenly, Li Qingshan discovered that the Annihilum Light Chan master was standing there silently with a smile on his lips. He seemed to be extremely satisfied. Then he looked back. Many disciples of the monastery stood outside the hall silently, listening attentively. It's like they've gained something, and it's like they've lost something. As a result, he stopped worrying. So that's what these monks fall for. Late in the morning, the great hall was filled with words, constantly bombarding him with questions. Little Anne answered freely, like pearls falling onto a jade plate. The head monks all secretly admired him. With such a root of wisdom and comprehension, he was worthy of such a great gift. The dauntless monk who had remained silent the entire time suddenly took a step forward. He shone with golden light, turning into a guardian king that was 300 meters tall. He glared at Little Anne, wielding the pillar-like staff of demon subduing and suddenly coming to a halt in the hall. With a clang, the hall caved in, covered in cracks. Clearly, he had truly lost his temper. He swung down the pillar-like staff. Exorcism. To be continued. Legends of the Great Sage welcome readers to log in. Chapter 571. The sudden change was like a clap of thunder. No one could respond in time. The disciples outside the hall were left dumbfounded with their eyes and mouths agape. The head monks were also shocked. They had no idea why the abbot had flown into such a thunderous rage. The dauntless monk's full-powered strike was like a god splitting open a mountain. No one could stop it. Has he been observing silently the entire time and realized that Little Anne practices the path of white bone and great beauty, which is why he suddenly attacked? Li Qingshan charged towards the grand hall, but it was already too late. Boom! Waves of air surged over, surging through the grand hall and producing a hollow whistle. It sent Li Qingshan flying. Little Anne. Li Qingshan was utterly furious. The dauntless monk's strike was so powerful that it could even shatter a mountain. Little Anne's path of white bone and great beauty was powerful, but his cultivation was still weak after all. How was he supposed to block it? Furious, he was about to throw all caution to the wind and transform into his original body, deciding life and death with the dauntless monk. Don't! Suddenly, a voice rang out in his head. It was Little Anne's voice. Li Qingshan immediately calmed down. Even if the dauntless monk had really seen through something, he would never launch a sudden attack like this with his bearing. He could at least explain everything first before subduing the demon. It was not like even 10 little N and Li Qingshan were useless against a monk king like that in the Chan monastery of Devanaga anyway. Just now, Li Qingshan had only panicked out of concern. As soon as he calmed down, he noticed something amiss. The violent winds subsided, and the colossal pestle that resembled a heavenly pillar stopped above little N's head. The murderous aura in the air vanished, like the thunderstorm had cleared up the sky in a single instant. It was rather abrupt. It only demonstrated that the dauntless monk's control over his power had already reached a level where he was absolutely unruffled, which also proved that he had not unleashed his full power. Little N sat on the praying mat, still expressionless. His seaweed-like long hair fluttered in the wind, and his body didn't even lean back in the slightest. His eyes were empty as he stared ahead, ignoring the huge Vajra. As the saying goes, even if Mount Tai collapses in front of you, you won't change your expression. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? The 100-meter-tall guardian king stared at little Anne. The anger on its face gradually subsided. His lips opened and closed, emitting a sonorous sound that reverberated in the hall of great strength. If you want to kill me, I can't stop you. It's useless to be afraid. If you don't want to kill me, why should I be afraid? Little N said calmly. Great wisdom begets great courage. It's rare, it's rare. My Fearless Vajra Sutra can only be cultivated by those with great courage. Are you willing to learn it? The dauntless monk asked. However, his true objective with his strike just now was not to test whether Little N had great courage or whether he had the right to teach her the Fearless Vajra Sutra. The talent and ability to comprehend that Little N had demonstrated was basically unbelievably high. Even when he was young, he was left in the dust. As a matter of fact, she might have been the most outstanding disciple the monastery had ever seen since its founding. However, there was something that even he could not see through in her empty eyes, which made him feel a hint of wariness. She seemed completely empty. He was unable to tell what she wanted, much less tell what she was thinking. If a figure like her devoted herself to Buddhism, she would definitely be an eminent monk of Buddhism. However, if she harbored demonic thoughts, the consequences would be so great that no one could stop her. As a result, he tested her. Apart from purging demons and demons, the dauntless Guardian King's demon-subduing pestle also possessed the power to subdue demonic thoughts. This move was called Severe Warning. It was a secret technique of Chan sections. If the demonic thoughts in her were weak, they would be routed and destroyed, but if they were too powerful, they could be stimulated, allowing him to see what her mental state was like. However, the outcome left the dauntless monk rather disappointed. He could not sense where her demonic thoughts were at all, as if he had punched the air. Did she not possess any malice or malice at all? However, that was completely impossible unless she was an infant who had just been born, ignorant and undeveloped. Only then would she be like that. When they grew slightly older, greed and a desire to fight would naturally develop. Or perhaps, her cultivation of the mental state had really reached that level. Even the master of the monastery, the dauntless monk, could not imagine just what kind of overwhelming change the path of white bone and great beauty had brought to Little N's mind and mental state. Apart from Li Qingshan, only the dregs of her past memories could influence her, making her display some humanity. At other times, she was just a skeleton that was neither alive nor dead. Good and evil did not matter at all, so how could she be subdued by demonic thoughts? Since his probing was fruitless, all the dauntless monk could do was accept it. There really was a genius like her in the world. He guessed that she might be the reincarnation of some great monk who had been influenced by her past life, which was why she behaved so differently. This was without a doubt the most reasonable explanation. Whenever the world fell into chaos, geniuses would always appear. Even if there was something wrong with her, he believed she could return to the right path as long as he guided her well. However, The dauntless monk obviously could not say these thoughts aloud, just in case she developed a grudge and went along with the flow to pass on the fearless scripture of the guardian king to her. If she were a regular disciple, the dauntless monk would basically be showing her great respect by testing her. Even if he said it out loud, the disciple would only shed tears of gratitude. However, against a wretched genius like her, even a monk king would have to consider it a little more. What he valued was not her present, but her future. If things developed normally, a superstar genius was about to rise up, deeply influencing the monastery or even the entire 9 provinces. The dauntless monk could not help but become rather eager. The monks outside the hall returned to their senses and sighed in admiration. She had gained the dauntless monk's recognition as soon as she joined the monastery, personally being taught the fearless scripture of the guardian king. Just what kind of honor was that? He was basically raising her as a future abbot. The expressions of the various head monks changed slightly too. They looked at the Annihilum Light Chan master as if they understood something. I never thought that the Annihilum Light who only cares about Buddhism and doesn't care about mundane matters would actually have such deep plans. I've truly underestimated him. The Annihilum Light Chan master closed his eyes gently and smiled in relief. He had achieved his objective. From now onwards, no one in the monastery would dare to do anything to her again. Yes, although they were all Buddhist disciples who valued benevolence, there would be conflict as long as there were people. Apart from conflicts of interest and power, there were also conflicts of ideology and orthodoxy. The monastery was not all harmonious either. There were quite a lot of disagreements between the various head monks. The Bodhi courtyard possessed quite a high status in the Chan monastery of Devanaga, but the Annihilum Light Chan master hated taking part in these battles the most. They were all alone. As the saying went, the tallest tree in the forest will be the first to be destroyed by the wind. It was very likely for Xiao En's talent to incite jealousy and attacks. Although he disliked conflict, the Annihilum Light Chan master still possessed great wisdom. As a result, he came up with a method that would settle things once and for all, allowing her to enter the monastery in endless glory before gaining the dauntless monk's recognition in front of everyone, allowing her to obtain a supreme identity and status in the monastery. The Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual that little and practiced right now was a foundation. Further up were the Guardian King of Flames, the Guardian King of Great Strength, and so on. They all had their own uses. What the dauntless monk practiced was the fearless scripture of the Guardian King. His Dharma name was not originally Fearless, but now, people only knew him as the Dauntless Monk. They had already completely forgotten his original Dharma name. Cultivation methods at the third heavenly tribulation and above were the supreme cultivation methods of this world. They were secrets of the various sects and sections. And, she would be taught by seniors who practiced the same cultivation method. This was basically a great fortuitous encounter that regular cultivators could only come across. However, after a moment of thought, Little End bowed gently. I'm willing to learn the chant of Devanaga. The chant of Devanaga. There was an uproar outside the hall. The chant of Devanaga was the supreme cultivation method of the monastery. Normally, only the head monks of the various departments had the right to practice it. Regular elders did not even have the right to practice it. She was a new disciple, yet she was still not satisfied with the fearless scripture of the Guardian King that the abbot had personally passed on to her. She even wanted to learn the chant of Devanaga. Even Buddhist disciples who were pure of heart and few desires could not help but burn with jealousy. They were displeased, feeling that she was too greedy and did not know what was good for her. Li Qingshan's heart leapt into his throat too. One of the main reasons why he had come to the monastery was for the chant of Devanaga. If he brought the chant of Devanaga back to the Golden Cicada Spirit King, apart from completing his past promise, the Golden Cicada Spirit King would be in a good mood. Perhaps there would even be benefits for him. The Golden Cicada Spirit King wanted to jump out of the well, but there were many things that he couldn't bring out. If he just left some for Li Qingshan, it would be a huge treasure. You really want to learn? The dauntless monk dispersed the dauntless guardian king and frowned slightly. The chant of Devanaga was renowned, but in reality, it was not necessarily more practical than the fearless scripture of the guardian king that he had personally passed on to her. Why was she giving up what was close at hand and seeking what was far away? Yes. Little N said with certainty. Her foundation lay in the path of white bone and great beauty. While the fearless Vajra Sutra was valuable, it paled in comparison to the former. It was dispensable to her. On the other hand, the chant of Devanaga was a technique that could be used, and it was even more useful to her. All right, I can agree. The dauntless monk said firmly, but he changed the topic. Though, you need to undergo the second heavenly tribulation and condense a sarira. Only then can you unleash the power of the chant of Devanaga. By then, I'll pass on the chant of Devanaga to you. It was obviously impossible for him to pass on the sect's supreme technique to a new disciple right away, so he set up this as a barrier. No matter how great her talent was, breaking through the second heavenly tribulation was not something that could be achieved overnight. As a result, he could carefully understand her personality and nurture her loyalty to the monastery. Yes. Little and agreed firmly. She was only a step away from the second layer of the path of white bone and great beauty. As long as she cultivated for a while in the monastery and broke through this barrier, she would basically be able to undergo the second heavenly tribulation. By then, as long as she had the support of sufficient resources, condensing a sarira would only be a matter of course. It was possible to imagine that she definitely would not lack resources in the monastery. Afterwards, the dauntless monk specially arranged a place for her to cultivate, isolating her from the other disciples, just in case they were influenced by her beauty. Originally, Buddhist cultivators would be better off directly jumping off Great Buddha Mountain if they could not even control the tiny things in their bodies. However, her beauty was far too great, just like the legendary Heavenly Maiden. Disciples with insufficient mental fortitude and cultivation could very easily be influenced. Chapter 572. Li Qingshan strode into the grand hall and clasped his hands. I am the Scarlet Hawk commander of the Clear River Prefecture, Li Qingshan. Greetings to the abbot and the head monks. Sensing the dauntless monk's hostility, he purposefully mentioned his identity as a hawk-wolf guard so that the monks would have some qualms. The dauntless monk asked, Who allowed you to enter this place? It's the Annihilum Light Chan Master. Li Qingshan looked at the Annihilum Light Chan Master, but he never expected the old monk to completely ignore him. He lowered his head obediently and said nothing. His heart leapt. Oh no, I've fallen for this monk's tricks. The Annihilum Light Chan Master did not allow him to come with them, so he obviously would not admit to it right now. Little N said, he came with me, so he doesn't know the rules of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Please forgive him, abbot. The dauntless monk could not help but glance at Little N deeply. That was the longest thing she had said after entering the grand hall apart from when she was debating with him. Just now, even when she was talking to him, she still treated her words like gold. Li Qingshan clasped his hands. Ignorance is not a crime. Please don't blame me, masters. I'll be leaving right now. The dauntless monk glanced past the Annihilum Light Chan Master and Li Qingshan and seemed to understand something. He said, This is the inner courtyard of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Only disciples of our Chan Monastery of Devanaga have the right to enter. Outsiders without an invitation will be treated as trespassing and will be killed without mercy. Li Qingshan was alarmed. These monks can't be so vicious, right? The Annihilum Light Chan Master turned to his side and said to the dauntless monk, Abbot, he has indeed come in with me. Although he didn't receive permission, he doesn't deserve death. Since only disciples of the monastery can come here, why don't we accept him as a disciple? Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Li Qingshan's eyelids twitched. He finally understood the Anilam Light's intentions. He's clearly afraid I'll affect Little N's cultivation, so he just tricked me into becoming a monk in the Chan monastery of Devanaga. All I can do is be emptied of all worldly desires and abstain from alcohol and women. And, as a disciple of the monastery, he can obviously do whatever he wants to me. As expected, if you're not bald, you're not poisonous. If you're not poisonous, you're not bald. The Anilam Light Chan master could not be blamed for overthinking things. A young man and a beautiful young lady spent all their time together. Even their dwelling was in the same place. No matter what he did, it was only natural. Moreover, the young girl clearly showed special concern for the man. This was no longer a simple matter of melon field plum. However, this kind of thing couldn't be forceful, as it would make her feel resentful. Thus, he came up with this brilliant plan, killing two birds with one stone. It could be regarded as a rare opportunity for Li Qingshan to be able to join a sect like the Chan monastery of Devanaga so easily. As for Li Qingshan, although he was not as monstrous as Little N. However, he was still a genius, which was good news for the monastery too. The dauntless monk nodded. That's an idea. I can't do that. I already have a family, and I still have to serve as a hawk-wolf guard. I really can't leave. Li Qingshan said, then looked at Little N with a look of anticipation. He smiled bitterly inside. You're so smart, yet you're actually muddle-headed right now. They're doing this to separate us, so how can they allow me to meet with you as I please? In other words, you're unwilling. The dauntless monk furrowed his eyebrows. If it were the White Hawk commander, then he might have paid some attention, but a mere Scarlet Hawk commander was nothing. Yes. I've never cultivated good karma in my life. I'm only fond of killing and arson. I'm not fond of alcohol, women, avarice, or temper. I don't understand a single thing the masters said earlier. If I stay in the monastery, I'll probably disturb this peaceful place of Buddhism. I better go. With that, Li Qingshan turned around and left. I've never cultivated good karma in my life. I'm only fond of killing and arson. Send him into the demon suppression hall until he repents. The dauntless monk's words were the law. Two tall, mighty protector generals flew down from the murals on the two sides, pressing towards Li Qingshan. This seems to be the handiwork of the school of painting. The two divine generals in the murals are probably much more powerful than regular golden core cultivators. Only now did Li Qingshan notice the murals around the main hall. The divine generals, demons, and strongmen were all lifelike, extending from the walls to the ceiling. He found it to be rather familiar. Shifting his gaze, he noticed a bright red seal the size of a table on the western wall. It was engraved with the words, 5 Absolutes Immortal. These murals were actually the work of the legendary 5 Absolutes Immortal. They had even gathered the power of 1,000 years' worth of belief, making them even more powerful than before. Little N suddenly stood up and blocked Li Qingshan. The monastery has its own rules. No matter who it is, they have to abide by them. If you want to protect this person, then you better enter the demon suppression hall and reflect on your mistakes. The dauntless monk's eyes flashed. With a wave of his hand, even more divine generals flew down from the murals. Li Qingshan clenched his fist before releasing it again, pressing it gently against Little N's shoulder. The Anilam Light Chan master blocked the protector generals and arrived before the two of them. He said, "Come with me." Li Qingshan and Little N exchanged glances before following the Anilam Light Chan master out of the main hall. Under the gazes of the monastery's disciples, they made their way to the back of Great Buddha Mountain. "Monk, how dare you harm me?" Li Qingshan questioned the Anilam Light Chan master with his soul sense. The demon suppression hall is not a place of punishment, but a place of cultivation. Take care. That was all the Anilam Light Chan master said before no longer paying any attention to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan had actually learnt quite a lot about the monastery. He knew that the monastery had a special monastic courtyard. If a disciple made a mistake, they would obviously be sent to the monastic courtyard for punishment. The head monk of the monastic courtyard would be responsible for watching over them. Why would they be sent to some demon suppression hall? Just what were the dauntless monk's intentions? This is the demon suppression hall. Li Qingshan arrived at the back of Great Buddha Mountain with the Annihilum Light Chan Master. In a quiet valley, a simple stone door was constructed from stone pillars covered in moss. It was huge and majestic, but it had almost collapsed. In front of the stone door, a fat monk lay on a large, gray rock, sleeping away. His snoring was thunderous, and his bare belly rose and fell like a small mountain. He gave off a heavy smell of alcohol, and he even held a leg of lamb in his hand. However, Li Qingshan dared not be careless at all. Although the alcohol and meat monk did not give off any aura at all, he knew his strength was no weaker than the dauntless monk through the senses of the spirit turtle. The fat monk opened one eye and glanced over. Annihilum Light, why have you brought them here? Under the abbot's orders, Senior Uncle Unraging has sent them into the demon suppression hall to reflect on their mistakes. The unraging monk leapt to his feet and asked with a chuckle, "What have you done wrong?" Only then did Li Qingshan see the 3 words, Demon Suppression Hall, engraved on the huge rock he lay on. "Your abbot wants me to become a monk, but I refuse." Ha 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 ha, interesting, interesting. If I had a beautiful woman like her, I'd never become a monk either. Senior brother, why are you forcing me like this? The unraging monk glanced at little N and patted his belly, laughing so hard that his fat jiggled. His laughter was extremely infectious. Li Qingshan could not help but smile too. The Chan monastery of Devanaga really should let you become the abbot, master. The unraging monk shook his head like a rattle drum. What's so interesting about that? This girl seems like a disciple of Buddhism. The Annihilum Light Chan master gave a rough explanation of what had happened, and the unraging monk studied the 2 of them in thought. His smile remained on his face the entire time as he muttered to himself, "You're not born with good karma, only fond of murder and arson. You sure do have some courage to say that before my senior brother. Why don't you become my disciple instead? That way, you can save yourself a trip to the demon suppression hall. Apart from women, alcohol and meat aren't too taboo here." What's that saying again? Buddha passes through the intestines, but alcohol and meat remain in the heart. Senior uncle, you've got it backwards, the Annihilum Light Chan master reminded. A sliver of surprise appeared on his withered face. The unraging monk was a great Buddhist cultivator who had undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation. His status in the monastery was extremely great, far greater than the various head monks. However, he was eccentric and did not abide by the precepts, so he was punished to guard the demon suppression hall all year round. Originally, with his cultivation, no one could stop him even if he wanted to leave the monastery, but he really did remain in the demon suppression hall, guarding it for a century. He found it troublesome, and he had never taken on a disciple before. He never thought he would actually ask to take on a disciple today. This was basically a colossal fortuitous encounter. If he had a master like that, he might not be able to do whatever he wanted in the 9 provinces, but anyone who wanted to touch Li Qingshan would have to consider the consequences. It's all the same. As the unraging monk said that, he fished out a great gourd of alcohol and gulped down a few mouthfuls before passing it to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smelled the fragrance of the alcohol and tried taking a sip. He felt like a scorching flame had spread from his throat to his stomach, burning with pain, but also indescribably refreshing. He had actually never tasted such strong alcohol in his life, and it contained extremely dense spiritual qi. Li Qingshan could not help but take a deep breath, but the alcohol in the gourd flowed endlessly. He drank over a dozen liters in a single gulp, but he still did not finish it. Fine alcohol, but I don't want to be a monk. Li Qingshan drank 50 liters of alcohol before putting down the gourd and wiping his mouth. He was hiding a great secret. Although even great cultivators of the third heavenly tribulation could not see through it with the divine strength of the spirit turtle, it was difficult to be certain that he would not discover it once they spent some time together. By then, master and disciple would become enemies. You damned brat. You're only telling me after drinking. Then forget it. You better pay a visit to the demon suppression hall. The unraging monk had only done this on a whim. He did not mind Li Qingshan's refusal, so he pointed. The stone door opened with a loud bang, revealing a pitch-black cave that emitted a gloomy cold air. Looking into the cave, it was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. It felt a little like the gate of hungry ghosts, as if it led to another world. The unraging monk swung his hand, and a tremendous, gentle power surged over from behind. Li Qingshan flew into the cave involuntarily, and Little End was no different. In the air, the two of them clasped hands and dove into the demon suppression hall. Don't go too deep or too far. The unraging monk's voice rang out from behind, growing further and further away as if it came from thousands of kilometers away. The stone door slammed shut loudly. The sound stopped, and the light vanished. Senior brother, aren't you afraid that this once-in-a-thousand-years genius will run into some danger in the demon suppression hall? The unraging monk yawned and turned around. Before he knew it, the dauntless monk had already stood beside the rock with his hands behind his back. As long as she doesn't venture too deep into the demon suppression hall, what danger will she run into? If she died so easily, she wouldn't be a genius. I want to test her temperament again, the dauntless monk replied. Although the test was fruitless, the sliver of uneasiness in his heart was unable to be dispelled. Just now, Little End's behavior had allowed him to discover a breakthrough point, which was Li Qingshan. Chapter 573. The influence of a supreme prodigy like that was far too great. Once they decided to support her towards the apex of the cultivation community, they would be the only ones left to taste the bitter consequences. Several thousand years ago, the Chan monastery of Devanaga had once produced a Buddhist prodigy that could be described as supreme, but in the end, the Chan monastery of Devanaga suffered heavy losses, almost falling into decline. With this as an example, how could the dauntless monk afford the slightest carelessness? He asked the unraging monk again, and why do you want to accept this kid as your disciple? I just find him pleasing to the eye. The unraging monk chuckled. He could sense something special from Li Qingshan. Just when the dauntless monk was about to ask further, the unraging monk said, "Look, they've already arrived." It was as if they had been sucked into a black swirl, all the way to the bottom, passing through and entering another world. Li Qingshan and Little End stood hand in hand and looked around. They had already arrived in a splendid room. The floor was paved with golden bricks, and the walls were covered in golden foil, detailed with graceful patterns. It was like an imperial palace, forming a sharp contrast with the dilapidated stone door of the demon suppression hall. However, when Li Qingshan studied the surroundings carefully, he discovered this was not an imperial palace, but a prison. The room they were in was a cage. Before them was a row of glistening, golden bars, sealing off the path out. On the other side of the bars was a similar room. Li Qingshan went up and gave it a gentle push. With a crack, the cell door opened. They arrived in a wide passageway, which was also splendid. However, on the two sides of the passageway were cages of various sizes. Li Qingshan asked in confusion, why is the demon suppression hall built like a prison? When the demon suppression hall was first established, it did indeed serve the purpose of a prison. The monks of the Chan monastery of Devanaga captured and subdued demonic cultivators, throwing them into the demon suppression hall to watch over them and give them an opportunity to turn over a new leaf. However, during the millennia since the founding of Great Xia, the world had been at peace. The demonic cultivators had retired, and the conflict between righteousness and evil no longer existed. Even if there were cultivators who committed crimes, the Hawkwolf Guard would kill and capture them. It was not the Chan monastery of Devanaga's turn to take action. As a result, the cultivators of the demonic Tao who were suppressed at that time either put down their butcher knives and converted to Buddhism or died of old age in there. The original purpose of the demon suppression hall gradually fell into disuse, but a new purpose was born. It became a training ground for disciples. The truly great sects always maintained vigilance at all times. They understood the nature of fighting and killing in the cultivation world, and they would never be corrupted by the illusion of peace in the world. They would sharpen their blades at all times, preparing to face the fighting and killing. If they had only relied on scriptures, Buddhist dharma, and benevolence, the monastery would have been destroyed countless times over a long time ago. Although the internal competition could maintain a sense of competition, it was far from a real fight to the death. As a result, whether it was the Sword Collection Palace or the Xianin sect, they all built similar places. Ah! A mournful scream came from the end of the corridor, filled with pain and unwillingness. His voice reverberated in this dazzling prison, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes and restrained his aura. He flew to the end of the corridor and was slightly surprised. All he saw was a group of people lying on the ground, huddled together. Blood flowed out from between them, dyeing the golden tiles red. A child around 7 or 8 years old in the middle had been disemboweled. They were currently taking out his organs and shoving them into their mouths. The child was still not dead. He struggled as hard as he could, screaming out in pain and hatred. "Stop!" Li Qingshan bellowed, and the group of people turned around. They were all covered in blood, and their faces were twisted. It was just like a classic scene from a zombie movie in his past life. However, to Li Qingshan's surprise, they did not lunge over immediately. The bulliest man even wiped away the blood on his face and asked, "Are you new?" His tone was rather strange, but he was clearly intelligent, not a mad beast. However, he did not feel like there was anything wrong with what he was doing at all. The child was still shrieking. It was an extremely strange sight. "Release him." Li Qingshan was taken aback. He called out coldly. He never thought such a horrible thing would happen in the renowned Chan monastery of Devanaga. These monks were far more vicious than he had imagined them to be. "You want to eat him?" The burly man's expression changed, but his tone seemed like he was talking about a pig or a sheep, not a child. At this moment, Little and caught up as well, arriving beside Li Qingshan. The burly man's eyes lit up, shining with undisguised lust. His lower body immediately changed, and he stood up without the slightest hint of shame. The other men were the same. They opened their mouths and drooled. They were clearly human, yet they suddenly seemed like wild beasts in heat. "Is that woman yours? Give her to me, or die." The man pointed at little Anne and said to Li Qingshan. Before he had even finished speaking, there was a bang, and his head exploded like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered across the golden wall on the side. "Use your head before you speak." Li Qingshan pulled his foot back as he said. "Awoo." The other men all lunged over madly. Their veins bulged and their muscles bulged. Their fangs protruded from their mouths as they howled like wild beasts. Peng 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 peng. A group of headless corpses fell to the ground. Blood flowed freely, broken bones and brain matter splattered everywhere. Li Qingshan found it strange. These people were far stronger than normal humans, but they did not seem like cultivators. They could not even be considered wild beasts. Wild beasts would always hide in the face of danger, but these people seemed to be driven by their own desires. The child no longer screamed. He propped himself up and stretched out his hand to cover his stomach, stuffing the organs and intestines that had been pulled out back into his stomach. His vitality was unbelievably strong. He then pounced on the headless corpses beside him and began to gnaw on them. He was not whipping the corpses for revenge, but simply eating because he was hungry. Li Qingshan felt a sense of absurdity, and did not know what to say. After the child had his fill, the wound on his stomach had mostly healed. The child asked shyly, "Thank you for saving me. Can I follow you? What's your name? Who are they? Why?" Li Qingshan paused. "Eat you? I'm Duoj, and this is my father. I don't know anyone else, so why do you want to eat me?" "It's obviously because I'm hungry." The child called Duoj pointed at the first man whose head Li Qingshan had blown up with a kick and said in a serious manner. Afterwards, he waved his arms and promoted himself, "I can help you fight. If you're hungry, you can eat me too. My flesh is very tender." He swiveled his eyes slyly and pointed at the corpses on the ground, including his father's. "These can be eaten for many days." Li Qingshan felt like his brain was lacking. These people were not powerful, but the things they did and the things they said were terrifying. This was the ultimate proof of the evil nature of the people. They were so repulsive that they could not look at them directly. The father led a group of people to eat the child, and the child treated the father as food. If regular people were here, their outlook on life and values would probably be severely impacted. In reality, there were indeed many disciples of the Chan monastery of Devanaga who were unable to endure the tremendous pressure of the mind during the trials of the demon suppression hall, going mad and suffering from chi deviation. Disciples with such weak wills were not worth paying attention to no matter how talented they were. Don't tell me they're slaughtering and devouring one another just because they're trapped here and have nothing to eat. No, it's not that simple. These people are basically doing these things as a matter of course. They don't feel any remorse from their conscience at all, much less any so-called mental torture. The dauntless monk had been observing the situation in the demon suppression hall the entire time. He discovered that little N's gaze did not even waver at all the entire time. That was no longer simple coldness or callousness. Instead, it was disregard. It was disregard the bloody sight, disregard the horrific devouring. The dauntless monk was unable to tell whether he should be happy or worried. Everyone wanted their disciple to have a firm will, but to be so firm to such a degree was slightly strange or even terrifying. It had completely exceeded her age. There was only one thing he was certain of. She did not have a so-called heart of benevolence. And Li Qingshan did not hold back at all. Originally, he was considering whether he should remind them that they were not truly human when they appeared before them, but as it seemed, there was no need for that at all. "Duoj, do you know where the exit is?" Li Qingshan asked. Although he knew the dauntless monk would not spare them so easily, he still had to try and find an exit himself. Duoj said, "There's no exit. Once you enter, you can't leave anymore." Li Qingshan said, "Is there really nothing special about it?" Duoj hesitated. Li Qingshan immediately said, "Take us there." Duoj dared not turn him down. He picked up a corpse and pointed at the other corpses. "It's very far. You can eat along the way too." He was worried that Li Qingshan and the others would run out of food and try to eat him. "Leave the corpses behind. Let's go." Duoj left the corpses behind and quickly led the way. He glanced back reluctantly, not because of his father, but because he was reluctant to part with the food. "There's meat. There's food." Soon after they left, another group of people entered, crouching on the ground and munching away. They ate happily. The prison was like a maze. The paths twisted and turned, constantly branching off. Its surface area was even larger than that of the Great Buddha Mountain. This was definitely not an ordinary palace built underground. He constantly came across people along the way, and basically all of them were young men. As soon as they saw little Anne, they lunged over like bulls in heat. They were all extremely strong, moving like the wind. They were roughly on par with iron plate corpses. Li Qingshan obviously slaughtered his way over without holding back. He discovered that some of the people clearly possessed some deformities that were not human, such as the huge lumps on their foreheads, their protruding backs, their disfigured skin, and their sharp claws and teeth. Normally, the more obvious the deformities, the more powerful they were. Li Qingshan's doubts grew deeper and deeper. Just who were they? Why had they become like this? And why were they trapped in the demon suppression hall? The further he ventured, the stronger the enemies became. Some of them even vaguely surpassed the level of corpse soldiers, approaching the strength of corpse generals. He could not help but recall the unraging monk's warning. Chapter 574. The dauntless monk can't stop worrying about me. He wants to observe my temperament and reactions. If I can't satisfy him, he won't let us out so easily. Little N's voice rang out in his head. Li Qingshan continued onwards without batting an eyelid. Then do I need you to demonstrate some kindness? I can't fool him with a disguise. That's fine. However, I can find an opportunity to use some Buddhist techniques to dispel his doubts. All right. Li Qingshan nodded. So far, Little N had yet to fight. Since he was going to use something, he obviously needed a sufficiently powerful opponent. As a result, they continued onwards. Along the way, basically all the people they came across were men. They would rush over madly as soon as they saw Little N, but they basically did not come across any women. According to Duoj, women were too weak, so most of them had already been eaten. As for him, he had only been eaten now, which was already a sign of his father's doting on him. Li Qingshan was unable to comment on this doting. Turning around another corner, a man covered in indigo lunged over with a fierce gust of wind. His lunge possessed startling speed and strength, clearly on par with the steel plate corpse. However, his target was Duoj, who led the way at the front. Duoj cried out. Li Qingshan twisted his right hand and produced a vortex-like suction, pulling Duoj back. Then he pushed with it, and the vortex whistled through the air, turning into a waterspout and piercing the man, crushing him to pieces. Pieces of flesh and bone flew everywhere. It had been many years since Li Qingshan fought and killed outside. He had killed countless people. However, there were not many times when he had a more hardcore taste than in the demon suppression hall. Right now, he was just too powerful. A casual strike from him would dismember corpses and rip open stomachs. It was an extremely bloody sight. However, the tanned, skinny Duoj, who only seemed to be 7 or 8 years old, would let out a cheer every time this happened. Every time this happened, they would let out a cheer of joy, their faces filled with excitement. Li Qingshan forbade him from carrying the corpses, so he scooped up some pieces of meat and shoved them into his mouth like he was snacking. He ate happily. There was nothing Li Qingshan could do. He could not be bothered to stop him. This child was born with a demonic nature. He had no concept of good or evil at all, or in other words, all the people here were like this. They did not seem to have grown up in human society at all. One must know that even in the wildlands, tribes and clans would develop a basic concept of morality. Unless it was due to certain customs and traditions, or if they were forced to do so, they would not devour their own clansmen, let alone father and son. But if they were savages who grew up in the wild, he shouldn't be able to think and speak so clearly. Even wild beasts wouldn't be so crazy. He really had no idea where the Chan monastery of Devanaga had found them. Although he was not afraid of judging others with the greatest malice, the Chan monastery of Devanaga was still an orthodox Buddhist sect after all. Surely they would not go as far as capturing some people and then turning them into something like this. Duoj raised his head and looked reverently at Li Qingshan. Supremacy, are you a demon general? You're already so powerful even without demonification. Li Qingshan said, I'm a human, what do you mean by demonized? You're a human. Duoj took a step back in fright. He had always thought that Li Qingshan was just like him. What's there to be afraid of about humans? Li Qingshan was completely baffled. This child was not even afraid when he saw him slaughter his own clansmen. He was actually afraid when he heard he was human. Tell me. I heard that humans are all extremely kind and lowly. They like doing stupid things like helping others for free, and they're not ashamed of it. Instead, they take pride in it. They constantly attack us under this reason. They'll only be satisfied when we become as stupid and lowly as them, Duoj mumbled. How did kindness and lowly become derogatory terms when they were put together? Li Qingshan rubbed his head and felt his head ache slightly. This was no longer just evil, but a complete reversal of the concept of right and wrong. It was as if in their minds, anyone who did good deeds like Lei Feng and sacrificed themselves for others would be utterly humiliating and extremely stupid. He vaguely understood the meaning of the demon suppression hall. If these people were not suppressed here and made it outside, they would all be extremely vicious and evil. Didn't I just save you earlier? Isn't that supposed to be helping others? Acting bravely for a just cause? No. Definitely not. I can lead the way for you and help you fight. If you're hungry, you can even eat me. This is all within your calculations. It's definitely not supposed to be helping others. It's very clever and very powerful, a demon among humans of great evil. Duoj was frightened out of his wits. He trembled and explained himself in a hurry. In the end, he even raised his thumb and gave Li Qingshan the glorious title of demon among humans. This was like someone asking you, do you think I'm a whore, an idiot, or a piece of trash? It was very difficult for you to not treat it as an angry threat. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips twitched, and he barely managed to make a happy expression. He sucked in a deep breath and raised his head, yelling at the ceiling, "Let me out. I don't have the right to enter the demon suppression hall at all." He felt like he could already be regarded as an extremely kind person compared to this child. Oh right, he was cursing. The unraging monk laughed aloud. The dauntless monk shook his head. These demon folk are still as thick-headed as ever. They don't know how to repent. Even this little demon folk is filled with evil from the bottom of their hearts. Demon folk are born with a demon heart. Their 5 skandhas flourish, unable to distinguish between good and evil. Right and wrong are inverted. Probably only the Buddhas of the Western paradise can purify them. It's not something we can do, so there's no need for you to get angry, senior brother. Junior brother, we might not be able to purify them, but we can destroy these enemies of Buddha, just in case they grow up and cause even greater trouble. We can't be soft-hearted just because they look human or because they're young. The dauntless monk said that, vaguely warning the unraging monk. The unraging monk laughed aloud, but he said nothing. His voice reverberated through the corridor, but there was no reply at all. Li Qingshan sighed and said to Duoj, "Then what's the demonification you speak of?" "All demon folk can demonify, just like this." Duoj clenched his fists. His little face was bright red from holding back, and he even let out a gasp. In the end, only the color of his eyes changed slightly. His body relaxed, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. "I'm still too young. Once I grow up, I'll definitely become an extremely powerful demon king." "Demon folk, demon king," Li Qingshan murmured. If he ignored his strange words and actions, Duoj was no different from a regular child. He wanted to be a scientist, wanted to be a president, and so on. Li Qingshan patted Duoj's head and said nothing more. "Let's keep going. Are there no stronger opponents here?" "Venerable, you really are a vicious and brutal demon among humans. The place we're going to has a lot of powerful experts for us to kill." Duoch's eyes lit up in admiration. Then he said, I heard grandfather say that actually, it doesn't matter if you're human. As long as you have a demon heart, everyone can become a demon. You'll definitely become a powerful demon king in the future. He seemed to be trying to comfort Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan shook his head with no idea how to react. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a rolling cloud rose up, lifting up Duoch as well. Afterwards, he said, all you need to do is point the way. Let's get to the place you're talking about quickly. The cloud took off with a swish. Duoch lay at the front, constantly pointing in a certain direction. The cloud soared through the maze-like demon suppression hall. Flying past thousands of prisons, Li Qingshan imagined the dignified manner in which the Chan monastery of Devanaga suppressed demons when this place was filled with prisoners in the past. After several millennia of recuperation, they would only become even more powerful. If his identity was exposed, he would probably struggle to avoid being suppressed. Demon folk appeared before him one by one. If they did not come to obstruct him, Li Qingshan would not pay any attention to them, but if they dared to block his path, he could not be bothered with doing anything either. He just rammed over with a cloud. Under his control, the cloud-treading mist subdued the soft and the hard, and it moved with startling speed. Everyone he rammed into would suffer broken bones and spurt out blood. However, these demon folk were all tough and possessed great vitality, so he had no idea whether they would die or not. The path gradually widened, and the twists and turns and branching paths decreased. However, more and more demon folk appeared, and they became stronger and stronger. Some of them even wielded weapons such as blades, spears, swords, and halberds. Their abnormalities became more and more severe too. The speed of the cloud naturally slowed down. With a bang, the cloud knocked away a blade-wielding demon folk, and the blade flew out of his hand. Duoch stuck his body out of the cloud and reached out to scoop it up. Holding it in his hand, he tossed aside the bone club he had just obtained and placed the bloody longsword on his back. However, it was taller than him, making him look a little comical. However, he looked very happy. His innocent look was no different from that of a mortal child who had obtained a favorite toy. Li Qingshan felt rather sorrowful. He was not a person who was overflowing with sympathy, but he would always feel some gentleness towards children. Children were always weak and powerless. Everything was bound by their environment. They were powerless to fight back when they were oppressed, humiliated, and oppressed. They could not distinguish themselves even when they were bewitched by others. By the time they grew up and could make their own decisions, they had already been twisted beyond recognition a long time ago. Perhaps I'm thinking of myself in the past. Li Qingshan exhaled and rubbed Duoch's head. Duoch shrunk his neck back and turned around. He seemed vigilant and uneasy. Don't worry. As long as you have no ill intentions towards me, I won't kill you, nor will I eat you. I'm not a demon folk, but a stupid human. Duoch stuttered. He had no idea what to say. Two huge, gilded doors appeared at the end of the path. Several dozen strangely shaped demon folk stood or sat in front of the doors, forming a circle. Two demon folk were currently locked in a battle to the death in the center as the others made a ruckus on the side. Kill him! Kill him! They all watched over him covetously, ready to devour the flesh and blood of the loser. Seeing the cloud approach, they all turned around. Only the two demon folk continued to fight with bloodshot eyes, sinking their sharp teeth into each other's bodies viciously like two frenzied fighting dogs. One of the demon folk originally leaned against the gilded doors, but he suddenly stood up now. He was already far taller than humans. His entire body was riddled with muscles, making him seem like a metal tower. A crown protruded from his head like a longhorn beetle. The longhorn beetle demon folk emerged from the crowd and made his way towards Li Qingshan with heavy steps. The other demon folk all parted to form a path. Only the two demon folk continued to fight one another. The longhorn beetle demon folk did not even look at them. He stepped over them, and with a spurt and crack, blood sprayed and bones broke. The two demon folk were crushed in half, but their upper bodies still wrapped tightly around each other, tearing at one another furiously. The longhorn beetle demon folk arrived before Li Qingshan. His eyes were filled with lust as he stared straight at little An, dripping with sticky saliva. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.